Good evening and welcome to the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency meeting tonight, Tuesday, July 13, 2021 at 5:31 p.m. I will now ask for everyone to rise for invocation led by Board Member Christina Romulus, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to convene here this evening to continue to do your great work. We thank you for bringing us all safely here. We ask you to please help us to be wise and to be diligent and to be dutiful in our work and our decisions and our discourse up here tonight. Allow for our decisions to continue to have a legacy and a positive ripple effect upon the residents and the citizens of this great city and those that surround us. Allow us to continue to be an example of your love. In your name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have a roll call, please?
Chairman Stephen B. Grant.
Present.
Vice Chairman Woodrow Hay.
Present.
Christina Romulus.
Present.
Board Member Tai Pensurga.
Present.
Board Member Justin Katz.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
Mayor.
Yes.
I would simply ask for the board to entertain potentially pushing back the conversation for the RFP, being that it may be contingent upon other decisions that come later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
So
Which RFP?
115.
Okay, so you're looking to put 16E at the end of old business, or?
I would say at the, just further into, because I think 17A may also dictate if and how that 115 RFP is written. So I would perhaps like to see what the board says on item 17A before we discuss item 16E.
Okay. So,
Makes sense.
yeah, I agree with you. And so I'd like to move up item 17A in front of old business.
There you go.
Okay. And that's it. Okay. Any other additions, deletions, or modifications? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve as amended?
Approve as amended.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Legal, any update?
Nothing for this evening.
So Tara, I did ask for some information regarding disposition of CRA property in the email. I don't know if you got that. You had a response. Did you let the rest of the CRA board know of this response regarding community benefits agreements?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, for a minute I was wondering. I did not. I'm happy to forward my response to all the board members if you'd like me to do so. I can summarize it tonight right here if you'd like me to.
I would love for you to summarize it.
Okay. A question arose as to the means by which to incorporate certain community benefits into our various tax increment revenue financing agreements and purchase and development agreements for projects that we do in the CRA. Certainly, you have wide discretion to require those kinds of community benefits for the benefit of the CRA in such agreements. My recommendation has always been and we haven't revisited this discussion for some time, so certainly it's at your discretion to incorporate those types of requirements in the actual agreement with the developer or landowner, as opposed to having a separate third-party agreement. It's a little harder for the CRA to enforce a third-party agreement, which is why I prefer it to be part of our agreements. So that was the conversation that we had.
Correct. It was in the sense that any sort of third-party agreement between the developer and that third party is between them. However, we can request and require certain aspects of public interest that is not in our CRA comprehensive plan based upon the disposition of property.
Correct. And the key for us is to include benchmarks and monitoring reports and proof of compliance with whatever those requirements are, whether you're doing a training program or a certain number of jobs. So in our agreements, what we require is the developer to show and demonstrate compliance with the requirements that you put in there.
Thank you.
So thank you for reminding me.
Yes. And I also received a letter of interest that I did forget, that is not on the agenda tonight. Did the commission want, did the board want to put that letter of interest on the agenda from was it Lutheran Services of Florida for the property? We received that letter of interest on Friday.
From what I understand, I believe that will be discussed at our August meeting.
Okay. Is that correct?
This is an item that in discussions with the Lutheran Council need to be had at the city level and not at the CRA level. And that the CRA and the city can exchange and transfer property, and the city can therefore do with it as it sees fit, whether that be social service or economic development means, and not entertain the LOI for purposes and sole purposes of social service with child care and aftercare. So the discussions I've had with Lutheran Services in the city is that if the city would like to entertain relocating Head Start onto a property that may or may not be owned by the CRA, that they should in fact ask for a transfer of that property to the city, thereby relieving the CRA of any ownership, any potential conflict between statute and disposal, and then the city can dispose of it however they like.
Correct, because the CRA is not supposed to be giving property to nonprofits. There are aspects of public interest, but the city can do that. And so that is the conversation that the city must have with the CRA board if they're requesting the property or we intentionally give it to them. Okay, so
We'll be receiving I'm assuming that the city staff can issue that request letter on behalf of the commission or on behalf of themselves, as we've done with their properties.
okay,
And then that kind of gets the ball rolling. It hits the agenda. Then the city commission would request the property from the CRA. It would come before you, and you would approve the transfer of ownership to the city. And then the city now can dispose of it however they wish.
okay, because I do want to be fair that we did receive it something before this meeting, and we have in the past put it on the agenda for discussion what we can. So, okay. Moving on to informational items and disclosures by board members and CRA staff. Board Member Katz, would you like to begin?
I spoke to William Morris, Jeff Burns, and Juna Jean regarding the 115 RFP and Mr. Harvey Oyer regarding his family's properties on Ocean and Federal. That is all.
And okay. Board Member Romulus.
Yes, Mayor, my disclosures are I spoke with Jean Rosier with the Lutheran Services regarding the item that you just brought up earlier. I spoke with Jeff Burns. I spoke with Harvey Oyer, and I declined a meeting with Hyperion.
Board Member Pensurga.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding items 16D and E, I think those are very related items. I've spoken to Bonnie Miskell, David Camillier, Harvey Oyer, Jeff Burns, and many moons ago, I did have an introductory Zoom meeting with Hyperion. I just want to disclose that again if I have not done so previously. And regarding 16H, I did have a meeting with Brian Fitzpatrick. And I believe that's it.
Vice Chair.
No, I don't have any disclosures at this time.
Okay. As for myself, I met with Habitat for Humanity CEO within the last month. I've spoken with Hyperion and their attorney, Bonnie Miskell. I've spoken with Brian Fitzpatrick, Anthony Barber, In addition, I was at the CRA's Lionfish Derby and spoke with the harbor master there as well, and a couple of the scuba diving boats. And so that is it for me. And seeing no more informational items and disclosures, we will move on to announcements and awards.
Good evening, Board. Mercedes Coppin, Business Promotions and Events Manager. Here we go. Okay, so I'm announcing the Rock the Plaza event that will take place this Saturday, July 17th from 5 to 8 p.m. at the One Boynton Shopping Plaza. The shopping plaza is located at 1351 South Federal Highway, which is the northwest corner of Federal Highway and Woolbright Road. This free event will feature live music from the band Spread the Dub, family-friendly games and activities, and a special Boynton Beach Bucks offer where event patrons will have the opportunity to redeem a $5 voucher at participating restaurants and eateries located within the shopping plaza. There will be free parking available at the One Boynton parking garage. Are there any questions? Okay, moving on to Boynton Beach Night Market. That event will be held on Saturday, July 31st from 6 to 10 p.m. At the amphitheater at Centennial Park, which is located within the Town Square complex at 100 East Ocean Avenue. The free event will feature live music from the Valerie Tyson Band, family-friendly activities and games, food and beverage vendors, as well as a variety of local vendors that will be exhibiting their products and services. Free parking will be available along East Ocean Avenue and in the City Hall parking lots. And we are still accepting vendor applications for this event through July 26th. Interested parties can visit BoyntonBeachCRA.com to learn more about the event or to download the application. Are there any questions? Thank you.
So I do want to speak about the executive director's letter of resignation. Michael, sorry to see you leave, but wish you safe travels. The concern that I have is that, we know that you're not going to be captaining the ship forever. And so the question that I have is that when do we pass the baton, so to speak? Because, we know that there's a lot of the projects that are going to be going further, and it's almost, I would say, easier to pass the baton now than after you leave. And so Twee, that's kind of where I'll ask the board how they feel, but it's kind of in the sense of the contract that we have as you as the executive director. However, I would want, Twee to be taking over the role of interim executive director, and kind of you keeping your title and your salary. However, it's something where you're going to be taking the seat behind Twee, and that way you still have all your authority, and that you've named her as the interim director, similar to what the city manager does when she leaves. However, you're not leaving just yet. And that way the developments and everyone knows that we're going to be passing the baton to Twee when you leave after next CRA meeting. I'll ask the board if that's a good idea or what their thoughts are. Yes, board member Katz.
Excuse me. I think at least my perception's been that you guys work hand in hand. So that using this passing baton analogy, I feel like I'm not overly preoccupied with who is what in the passing, because if you both have a hand on the baton, that's how passing baton works. I'm not concerned about it. I do want to throw in my support for Twee being certainly named interim, if not given the decision to come on as executive director, because I think, as you mentioned, there are a number of projects that nobody will be able to get up to speed on as quick as somebody who's been involved in all of them like Twee has. So, I would defer either to the board's consensus or to Mr. Simon and Twee, to determine at what point and what responsibilities they kind of devolve in her direction.
Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure we follow, I guess, proper protocol and decorum. I would like for our next CRA board meeting where we would have a proper discussion about naming or passing the baton, so to say, so to speak, regarding Twee's position and also discussing potentially, her pay and salary and all that. I think right now the topic at hand is to just discuss the executive director's letter of resignation and whether we accept or begrudgingly accept, deny or begrudgingly accept his resignation. I just wanted to just double check that is probably maybe more so what we should talk about right now.
Yes, Vice Chair.
I just wanted to concur with what's been said so far. I just hate to see Mike leave, but I'm sure that we will come on strong. I would like to see both of you, work hand in hand and take more of the vocal lead, just getting used to communication here. I would like to know, Mike, when is the drop dead date?
My God.
It'll be.
Matt McRae isn't here. Can we not do the death jokes?
On the 12th, which is after the next board meeting. So I'll be here for the next CRA meeting. Twee and I have already begun and have been discussing this since I submitted in June, the transition. And as you said, we pretty much, we're a team and a partnership of leadership. I would like to see her run the August meeting while I would sit as in that type of a discussion that the board chair just had. But we've begun that process, and Twee was really brought here to help the agency grow, and she certainly has done that, and far exceeded any of the expectations I already had, which were phenomenal for her. So we'll do that. I will happily do that with her and to transition her into the role of interim or however the board sees fit. And we'll start doing that so she's prepared for the next meeting. All of your board agenda packet discussions could be with Twee, and I could sit as aside her or not, depending on. I don't think you'll need me there at that point, but.
So when you do leave, the hotline is still open.
The hotline is still open. Yes, remember I'm a Florida. I'm a Boynton Delray boy, so I'm not going to be very far.
Well, let me say for myself, and I'm sure the rest of them already said it. It's been a pleasure. You're a professional. You're a man of integrity. What you say, you mean, and you've been straight up with me, I know, through all these years. And I really, really appreciate that. And best of luck, and God bless you with whatever you endeavor after you leave here. I'm sure you will be successful at it.
Thank you.
And so I guess, for the city manager's executive meetings, will you both be going now? And so.
We have been, that's part of the team. Yes, sir.
All right, excellent.
Oh, so for formality's sake, should we accept the executive director's letter of resignation and name Twee as the interim until next board meeting where we could, I guess, have a formal discussion about what it would mean to bring her on as the actual executive director and have a contract negotiation and all that?
So the two, prefixes is interim and acting. And so until we have a new contract for the executive director, which Michael ends, I believe, on October 1st, is that correct?
September 30, if the contract goes the way it goes, unless the designation changes that. But.
And so that's kind of where it would almost be in the sense of next meeting, we'll be discussing, Twee's interim position until we have a contract as an interim and acting executive director before we have a contract to naming her the new executive director, which would probably go at the September meeting. So we can do it now as the interim executive director, which would mean, Tara?
I think what I would recommend would be to accept the letter of resignation, and I too begrudgingly, I don't really want you to do that if you could find a way not to. But do that and then advise us to put on the agenda for the August meeting the naming of an interim executive director, because I believe they have the changing of the guards in hand anyway, but that way you can name tweet at that time.
All right. So yeah, you know,
Because they'll both be here for that.
and so that way we won't miss anything. Okay. So may I have a motion to accept the executive director's letter of resignation?
So move.
Unfortunately, second.
Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And then yes.
I'm sure we'll have time to do this, but
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and jump the gun now. Thank you, Mike, for, just thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done. We'll shed a couple more tears in the next couple meetings, but you've been an outstanding ED. You've led this CRA through, I think, a very, you fed a needle, you fed the thread through the needle so precisely that we are on a side of so many things that have happened, and we've had so much success as a city because of your leadership. And you've always just been very candid and very verbose, but still very candid about everything. And I do appreciate that you give more information than even asked, which always helps, me in any way make my decisions thoroughly. So I do appreciate it, and I'll have more prepared remarks later on, but I just want to make sure I say thank you. And again, I begrudgingly accept your resignation.
Thank you. Thank you, board member.
All right. And yes, we'll have our speeches for you next week. So we'll try to make you cry. So prepare with some tissues. Yeah, if you'd like.
Thank you. It's very kind of you. Thank you.
Any chance you changing your mind?
You got it, guys.
When he told me, I did say, you do have, from now to then, nobody would know. No one would know.
Thank you. Thank you very much, board.
Pleasure. After this is public comments. Speakers will be allowed a 3-minute presentation. Please state your name and address for the record. And this is for items not on the agenda. If you have an item that you'd like to speak, because we are now in a live setting, please come up to the podium when your item is being called or discussed. Alan, is anyone online raising their hand or asking a question?
At this time, Board Chair Grant, there is not. I just turned that feature on, so anyone who wishes to participate in the GoToWebinar audience can do so at this time. I do see a question now. It just went into the queue. So.
There's a question of why is there no captions or ASL interpreters for tonight's meeting? I want to participate and make a public comment about the upcoming CRA event, but I can't because there's no way for me to understand anyone what is saying here tonight. I thought Boynton Beach, where did I lose it? I thought Boynton Beach and the CRA is all about being accessible and inclusive to people with disabilities. That's not the case here tonight. Hopefully someone can voice my concern out loud. Actually, I have 2 questions. Will the upcoming Rock the Block and Night Market events have ASL interpreters? I do not see any mention of this on the calendar. So I can write out an answer to him. Mr. McGuire, Michael, is that something that we can, or Mercedes?
Yes, good evening. Mercedes Coppin, Business Promotions and Events Manager. We can certainly have that in place. We do have ASL interpreters upon request. So now that we've received the request, we can certainly secure those services.
Okay.
Excuse me, Board Chair Grant, it's Alan again. There is another question. Somebody named Angela Cruz has a question in there.
All right, Angela, I see that you've asked a question. Let me see. I don't see her. There she is. And I see that she's on a phone. Angela, can you hear us?
I'm here. Thank you so much.
Right.
Angela Cruz, 1420 Via de Pepe, 33426. I'm the vice chair of the senior CRA advisory board, and just wanted to give you guys a quick overview, if that's okay.
I appreciate that. And so is this in regards to the review of the commercial properties within the CRA area?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll let you talk about that now because that's on the next. So please proceed.
Thank you. So we reviewed 4 commercial properties with the CRA area. The first one being 220 to 224 East Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, located 3 lots east of the MLK Mixed-Use Project. A motion was made to place this property in the category of Pursue Now as a land banking opportunity. Motion passed. Second property, 409 Northeast First Avenue, located directly south of the Cottage District project. It's zoned for residential use only. Motion was made to place this property in the category of Pursue at a later time to be determined by the CRA board. Motion passed as well. Next property is 1017 North Federal Highway. It's anticipated for retail commercial use. Motion was made to place this property in the Pursue Now as a land banking opportunity. Motion passed unanimously. Then the other property was 1022 North Federal Highway. It's 0.38 acres. It was the old fish market and it's viable for commercial use. It's appraised at $950,000. We had a discussion about it and said that there could be potential for developers. We noted that there is an adjacent city-owned property that's going to be demolished, and the improvements were found to be cost prohibitive. There was a motion made to place this property as a Pursue Now as a land banking opportunity. The motion passed 5-2. And I just really wanted to emphasize that this may be a really good opportunity, and the reason for the motion being made is because there could be potential there, even if the CRA doesn't necessarily purchase it directly. I really just wanted to bring attention to this area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cruz. I appreciate that. And when we get to that item, we'll accept or make a motion to accept CRA Advisory Board's recommendations.
Thank you.
And so I'm writing a comment out to Mr. McGuire. I appreciate your comments, and because of your request, we will have ASL interpreters at both the Rock the Plaza and Night Market. Furthermore, we will have ASL interpreters at future CRA meetings. Michael, is that a good response?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, I'm looking at our revenue sheet. I guess I would just like a budget item or a line item for that.
Okay.
So that we
We
know.
can add that to as we come out of the board meeting category, of the tabs in the general fund, but we can provide you with what the cost of that is for the monthly meeting, and then for our events.
Cool. I just want to make sure that,
Thank you.
if
That's a
it's
great
something
idea.
that we want to do moving forward, we just budget it and keep it remaining budget. And I think, the thing that kind of stood out to me was that we are having ASL interpretation for our city commission meetings, but we don't do them for our CRA meetings. And I think our CRA meetings are just as pertinent, if sometimes not more, sometimes than our city
Right.
commission meetings. So we need to make sure that we are having that equitable access to all of our residents.
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else online or in the audience that would like to speak on public comments?
Board Chair Grant, it's Alan. I do not see any other questions posted online or hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. We will now close public comments and move on to, sorry. Mr. Fitzpatrick,
Since it's actually not on the agenda, I did want to speak briefly about.
could you make sure that the microphone is on, and seeing how you're the taller one, speaking to the taller microphone?
How's this sound? I'm a little rusty at this. It's, if I'm up at this podium, it's got to be something pretty darn important because you don't know how difficult it is for me to be here. Anyhow, that said, you're all wearing your underwear. I think, is that what they tell you in public speaking? Anyhow, I don't mean to say anything inappropriate. Pardon that. But
state your name and address, please.
Brian Fitzpatrick, 409 Northeast 1st Street. Is that, how's that work? Anyhow, I did want to say that, unfortunately, I read today with a tremendous amount of sadness, I may get choked up here, of Michael's resignation, and I wanted to share something with you guys, and that is, I mean, we have the dynamic duo right here, and I mean, their history of redevelopment, I mean, prior to coming to Boynton Beach is just staggering. And, I think I hate,
only in front
can I do one, I recognize the difficulty in what you guys are trying to do here, because obviously you all have strong personalities as city commissioners and the mayor, I mean, there's no denying that. And so when we now have this structure, as with the CRA board, where you are essentially the leaders of the board, and we lose track of the skills of these individuals that you have hired to run this board. And I would ask you, in going forward, perhaps to recognize the potential, for that. I'm very excited to hear that my great concern that Twee was going to leave as well, and I'm really excited to hear that she is not. I'm still devastated to hear that Michael, find out that he's leaving, but the skills that this young lady has, I would ask you to allow her to lead, I think a quality of great leaders is that they are great listeners, and I just want to leave you with that note. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I follow up on Brian's
Not at all.
comments, please? I was going to wait.
There's a
But,
second microphone next to
Just use the other mic. Put that
that
one
wrong
back. Put that one back.
Which one?
Yeah, use that one. There you go.
Well, first of all, my name is Bill Morris, 777 East Atlantic and Delray Beach. And I was going to make my comments. I happen to be an incredible fan of Mike. I mean, he is a big reason, quite frankly, why people are looking very seriously at Boynton Beach. I think the other key reason is that all of you up here are an incredibly diverse group of people, men and women. And you treat each other with respect and dignity. And the prior CRA board commission did the same thing. And it's very refreshing because not all local communities do that. And, and so namely Delray Beach. And it's wonderful that you've set a wonderful standard of again, being decent to each other and helpful and willing to listen and that sort of thing. But to Mike, I mean, he is, first of all, he is a friend. And I've got to tell you, he was married, his first wife, he got divorced. My son, Scott, married his ex-wife. And the first meetings and that with Mike were a little bit icy. And I'm sure he thought I was as difficult as my son was perceived to be. But in any event, we turned out to be very good friends. I knew him from Delray CRA. He's a visionary. Mike is extremely smart. He's one of the great ambassadors. I've had a chance to deal with a lot of CRA directors in the state of Florida. And I can tell you honestly that he's one of the very best. He has been so helpful to me. I know he's been helpful to others. I think he's been able to just be a great ambassador. Having said that too, I've had the wonderful experience of dealing with Thee for probably 20 plus years at least. She's a wonderful gal with great passion. She's as smart as a whip. And boy, I would certainly hope that you will make her the real executive director following Mike going on to Alabama there. So those are my comments. And again, I congratulate the five of you up there for being decent and nice to each other. It's really the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
And I got another comment from Chris Roberts. My name is Chris Roberts. I just wanted to wish Mike the best, and I always enjoyed working with him. Good luck, Michael, in your future endeavors. You'll be very missed.
Here.
Okay. And I think that is it. Alan, do we have any new questions online or hands raised?
Board Chair Grant, there was one follow-up comment from the gentleman who posed a question about the ASL interpreter that was posted after your response to him. So there's that, but I don't see any other questions or hands raised at this time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, moving on to CRA Advisory Board. We have the CRA Advisory Board meeting minutes, and we had the Vice Chair give us their review of commercial properties within the CRA area. This is something that I was very happy to see and hear, the review of these properties, and I'm glad the CRA Board was able to give them this test. I think it's very important for our advisory board to make these types of recommendations to us. And Tara, we don't need to do anything with it, correct?
No, if you wanted to make them for future agenda items, consideration of the recommendations, you could do that, but you don't need to take any other
I
action.
mean, I think one of them is on tonight's agenda.
There you go.
So there is that. And if we wanted to get, I guess, a price for those, we could ask our executive director to get a price to move forward. And then also, do we have another 4 properties for them to review next month?
We would do so in the search between now and the next meeting. I believe we'll have at least 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Moving on to consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item from consent agenda? Motion is approved.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Old consent, CRA projects in progress. Well, we got some recaps. So the Rock the Block recap. And Mercedes, are you also doing the Rock the Marina and Lionfish Derby recap?
Yes,
And are also you doing the marketing and social media update?
Renee will do that one.
All right, thank you. So look forward to the recaps.
Okay. So the Rock the Block event was held on Saturday, June 12th in downtown Boynton Beach along East Ocean Avenue between Northeast 3rd Street and Federal Highway. This multi-block event featured live music from the band The Flyers, food and beverage from downtown restaurants, and family-friendly activities. Event patrons were able to stroll the avenue and shop with the 11 participating merchants, which included Artsy Living, The Boardwalk Italian Ice and Creamery, Dr. Alkaki DDS, E&C's Beauty Salon Experience, East Ocean Cafe, Guaca Go, Pio Pio, Property Damage Consultants, The Butcher and the Bar, The Soul Oasis, and your CBD store. During the event, we did a special Boynton Beach Bucks offer. This was our first in-person Boynton Beach Bucks offer, and it was where event patrons had the opportunity to receive a $5 voucher that was redeemable at any of the downtown restaurants during the event. In total, we distributed 158 Boynton Beach Bucks valued at $790. And through a feedback survey that was conducted during the event, we learned that 67% of the event attendees were residents of Boynton Beach, 25% had never dined in downtown Boynton Beach, and 44% had learned about the event on social media. The feedback that we received from the participating businesses was, sorry, I'm going back and forth with this. The feedback that we received from the participating businesses was overwhelmingly positive. They were very satisfied with the amount of people that the event brought to the downtown core. And these are just some photos that I wanted to share that our photographer snapped during the event of the businesses being activated. All the restaurants were basically packed, overflowing, and the streets were packed as well. So it was a great event. Are there any questions?
My quick question is, how much was the cost for this event?
So the event was $20,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we had budgeted less than that, but after assessing, the cost of services and goods since COVID, they've gone up dramatically. We had to, adjust the budget, but at the end, that's what it was.
Okay. And no, I thought it was a great event. The artsy living had a lot of kid events. They had a little DJ, and no, I'm very excited for I guess the private market as well to start taking over these types of events. Hopefully, we can have certain types of fundraisers or other things going on so that it's not just the CRA fronting the costs for these types of events, because I think that the community definitely benefited from it and the businesses as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so moving on to the Rock the Marina event. So the Rock the Marina and Lionfish Derby event was held on Saturday, June 26th at the Boynton Harbor Marina. This business promotional event featured live music from 2 local bands, Spider Cherry and Vibes Firm. It also had displays from local businesses and marine-based nonprofits. By having 2 bands perform simultaneously, we were able to activate both the open space and the green space at the marina. Additionally, we partnered with 2 local restaurants, Driftwood and OK&M, who each had chefs on site conducting cooking demonstrations and presentations on how to safely clean and prepare lionfish. For the Lionfish Derby portion of the event, CRA and Boynton Harbor Marina staff worked with the Boynton Beach Dive Center, Starfish Scuba, Splashdown Divers, and Marina Cafe. On the morning of the event, we had 14 2-person teams comprised of 28 certified divers who went out to hunt for the invasive lionfish. Altogether, 145 lionfish were removed from our local waterways. And while at the event patrons were able to learn about some of the marine preservation and lionfish eradication efforts that are taking place throughout Palm Beach County and the state. They were also able to sample lionfish dip and lionfish tacos. Overall, once again, the feedback for this event was very well received during and after the event from both attendees and the participating businesses. Are there any questions?
What was the cost for this event?
The event was $25,000.
Okay. I'd like to again thank the board for having this type of event. 2 years ago, the Lionfish Derby caught close to 500 lionfish. There was a lot less this year, and there was a lot more of the coral fish and a lot healthier coral to go with it. I got to see a lemon shark, moray eels, spotted eels, lots of loggerhead turtles that are down there just chilling. And I think, having the diving industry so close to Boynton Beach, this is something that we want to activate for tourism. One of the other big events that happen is the Goliath grouper spawning. And so that is something that I'd also like to see if we can't have the CRA help market that event sometime in September for next fiscal year.
You're saying to market the event or to host an event like that?
I think it would, I don't necessarily know which is, I know that marketing the event might be the easier one rather than just hosting it, but this is something that I would want it to go to the, almost the national and international diving community, because, being around these friendly Goliath groupers that are 300 to 500 pounds, it's a one of a kind of experience.
Amazing.
I definitely think we can add that to our marketing even this September, just to bring, divers into the marina area.
Absolutely.
That's easy.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for everything too, Mercedes, jumping into this with these events after COVID, not kind of being out of the groove for almost 2 years, for her to just kind of put these back to back together. Really proud of you. And I mean, never doubted it for a second, but really great job with them, honestly.
Thank you, Mike. It's a team effort. Thank you.
It is. Thank you.
I remember seeing you there at the beginning of the Lionfish Derby, setting up the stages, making sure everybody was doing what exactly they need to do. You do a lot to make sure that the events happen, and we really do appreciate it.
That
And
means a
so,
lot. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Good evening, Board. Renee Roberts, Social Media and Communications Specialist. Our business development team has prepared a presentation to share some of the social media and marketing initiatives for this past month. Throughout the month of June, the CRA social media platforms were utilized to promote CRA projects as well as local businesses located within the CRA area. These are a few examples of posts that were shared to promote businesses in the CRA area and encourage community members to shop and dine locally. These 2 posts were shared to promote Sushi Joe and the Zoo Health Club. We also shared a hashtag Transformation Tuesday project post to promote the interior build out of the new Wave Max laundromat and the Kids, Cops, and Cones event that the Boynton Beach Police Department hosted at the Boardwalk Italian Ice and Creamery. Here are 2 posts that were shared to promote the Rock the Marina and Rock the Block events. This full-page ad was published in the Business Development Board annual publications to promote Boynton Beach CRA economic development initiatives in Boynton Beach. This full-page spread was published in the Coastal Star to promote both the Boynton Beach summer events and the businesses located at the Boynton Harbor Marina. A quarter-page ad was published in the Sports Fishing magazine to promote the commercial dockage availability at the Boynton Harbor Marina. A full-page ad was published in the Fun Fair magazine to promote the commercial diving, fishing, boating, jet ski, and parasailing charters that operate out of the Boynton Harbor Marina. And a full-page ad was published in the Gateway Gazette and Neighborhood News to encourage residents to visit the Boynton Harbor Marina businesses for Father's Day. Any questions?
Did we get anything in the Coastal Star?
Yes, that was a few slides back. We did a double-page spread that was both the events and the marina.
Wonderful. Thank you.
No problem.
Next will be the social media outreach program. That was,
Oh, no, now it's my quarterly report.
okay, that's what I thought.
That was just last month.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Currently, there are 69 businesses registered in the SMOP program. 102 have registered since the inception of the program. 3 new businesses are registered this quarter, and 76 businesses were contacted between April and June. The Boynton Beach CRA events have given the SMOP program a unique opportunity to assist businesses in providing them with uniquely branded social media kits. The goal is to provide businesses with branded graphics and provide instruction on the different digital marketing platforms to utilize these graphics. The social media kits are designed to help promote the participating businesses while creating a unified and branded campaign for the Boynton Beach CRA events. The participating business is given their personalized social media graphic, a digital copy of the event logo, a digital copy of the event poster, all the links to the Boynton Beach CRA event pages, an event hashtag, along with the option to book a SMOP appointment for personalized instruction on how to best market themselves leading up to the event date. Utilizing the provided social media kit, businesses are able to easily share Boynton Beach CRA event information with their fans. The Boynton Beach CRA also uses the social media kits to help inform our audience on which businesses to expect at the upcoming event. The social media kits utilize participating business logos to assist with brand recognition across the platforms. And these social media kits were distributed for both the Rock the Block and the Rock the Marina events to a total of 35 businesses. We also plan on releasing social media kits for all the events coming forward. The Boynton Beach CRA social media pages have continued to grow over the last quarter. Our Facebook page has grown by approximately 127 followers. The Twitter has over 17,000 impressions within the third quarter. Our Instagram reached over 4,000 users. And the future projects include continuation of the Boynton Beach Bucks campaign, development of new social media strategies, continued with one-on-one business assistance, continued updates of the Boynton Beach CRA business listing, collaboration with the business promotions team for all the upcoming events, coordination with the grants and project manager to promote the SMOP program to prospective grant recipients, and continued in-person visits to spread awareness about the Boynton Beach CRA resources. Thank you so much.
Q&A.
Thank you. Next, we have our CRA Small Business Disaster Relief Forgivable Loan Program closeout.
Good evening, CRA Board. Bonnie Nicklin, Grants and Project Manager. This item is to provide a closeout report on the Small Business Disaster Relief Forgivable Loan Program that was created last year in response to the direct effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. As you remember, on April 22nd, 2020 of last year, we launched the program, and by June 4th, over $1 million was dispersed to 100 businesses in the form of $10,000 interest-free loans to assist with the costs associated with payroll, utility, or inventory expenses. As of June 16th of this year, all 101 loan to grant release requests have been processed and approved. As a result of the closeout of the program, the following stats are provided. 96 businesses remain open and operating, and 2 of those actually grew and expanded their businesses. The CRA also created the commercial rent reimbursement grant program for previously approved rent recipients. During March through August, an additional $289,118 was dispersed in monthly rent reimbursements to 42 businesses. And as of July 2021, 40 of those businesses remain open and operating. We, as staff, believe this past year and a half was a true testament to the resiliency of the small business community here in Boynton Beach and their commitment to persevere. We, along with the businesses, are thankful for the board's support of both programs. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Yes.
I have no questions, but thank you, Bonnie. Thank you to all of our CRA staff for making this possible. I know we're in a celebratory mood, so I would like to clap if we can, because this is an amazing accomplishment. It's an amazing accomplishment that we were able to do this, and we were able to take what the federal government couldn't do and still help our small local businesses and keep them alive. You say that number, you know, I think it's an immense thing to say that we kept, did you say 92?
96 businesses remain open.
96. We kept 96 businesses open here in Boynton Beach. That means we kept hundreds of jobs open. We kept hundreds of families in their homes and fed. We kept hundreds of families stable. This is what that means. So when we take numbers and we hear these reports, we have to also expound upon what that means and the impact and the emphasis that it has on our community. This is priceless, in my opinion, and I would spend that money time and time again for the results that we were able to have. So that being said, if we can make an ask to some of these business owners to potentially ask them to share their story about what some of these grants, forgivable grants did for them. That way we can kind of market and share a little bit of that good news and positive stuff. I think that would be excellent.
Absolutely. And just so you know, we did apply for several organizational awards for this program and included pages and pages of thank you notes and what the program meant. So absolutely.
Excellent.
We
Let's do
have
some
those on file.
some videos, some promo videos, just to really highlight this and spotlight it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next is the Economic and Business Development Grant Program.
Yes, board. Sorry, we're having to do a screen swap here. Mine's frozen. The CRA Economic Development Grant Program is provided. It shows a remaining balance of $155,218 for the remaining of the fiscal year. And then if you can scroll down below, you will be able to see the business tax receipts that were issued in the month of June. And I'm here for any questions.
How much do we have currently in the pipeline for requests?
I have about 5 businesses. They're at various stages, so they may or may not get their applications in before the end of the fiscal year. But hopefully that money will roll over for them in October when they're ready.
Okay, and so let's say they don't get it in by September 30th. Does that mean they would have to go under the new rules, or are we keeping the old rules until we make new ones?
It's on the agenda tonight, the new fiscal year application. So it's at the board's discretion if you want to make any changes. Staff has not recommended any significant changes. There's just a few minor requests. So the applications will be ready and they will have to apply under the new application.
Okay, so
as of October 1st.
All right, that's what I wanted to make sure that things can change if they don't get it in by September 30th. All right. Thank you. Our next is the Neighborhood Officer Program second quarter report update. We have, there's Sergeant Teal coming behind the curtain.
That's great.
See both of them have their green lights on. Amplify tonight. Can you hear me now? Good?
No.
No, can't hear.
No. Can you just, you got to lean in a little bit.
All right. Sergeant Deal, Boynton Beach Police Department, for the record. I come to you from last meeting. It was a follow-up. There was a question from Board Member Persega asking about the crime stats. You can pull that up for me, please. Got those in front of me. So what I did, I went back 5 quarters and I started comparing quarter to quarter. And just to, you can enlarge that for me, I can't really see that. So anyway, there was an anomaly or increase in that one particular quarter. I put it in red font, so you can see it. And then I went back, the second line is from fiscal year to fiscal year. Of course, this fiscal year is not quite over yet. So what I did was a 6-month comparison for the first 6 months of last fiscal year compared to this first 6 months of this fiscal year. And you can see we're on a downward trend, just to show some trends. That's all, as you can see. So hopefully that's answers some of your questions.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
The trend is looking good.
Trend is downward, yes.
You know, when things are going downwards, there's no place to go but up.
Further down. Further down.
That's right. But thank you, Sergeant.
Yeah. Any other questions or?
Answered my question.
And so I guess how is the summer going?
Summer is going. It's hot outside and rainy. It's either hot or rainy. So, but you know, we were at the Cones Cops and the other day at the Boardwalk Ice, and things are going good.
Yeah. Does the neighborhood officer program plan on doing any type of that? You know, in the sense of going to Carolyn Sims or the pool and having more free ice cream?
We I'm going to work with Crystal Casado over there. We already did a swim with a cop.
Yep.
So we're going to do something else over the summer. Officer Rivera over my right shoulder, she's tutoring somebody at our office on 1550 North Fed. So we also have Officer Paramore has been going over to the Sim Center and doing more mentoring and tutoring and stuff like that. On a 3 to 5 days a week, he's going over there doing over the summer camp with with Frank Ireland and stuff. So
Thank you. All right. Moving on to our moved up item, 17A, discussion and consideration of the purchase of properties located at 511, 515, and 529 East Ocean Avenue. And I didn't disclose that I did speak with Mr. Oyer at the BDB meeting and wrote an email to Mr. Simon to request this. And so thank you for coming back so quickly.
You're welcome, Board Chair. Board Chair and board members, this item is, as described, a discussion of the potential acquisition or discussion around an acquisition of the properties located at 511, 515, and 529 East Ocean Avenue. We have on the screen and as attachment the map of the area around the 115 North Federal Highway properties. This address is adjacent to the CRA-owned site on the south side of that site, fronting the Ocean Avenue, East Ocean Avenue, and the rear facing the alleyway between our property and this property. You may remember that in the fall of 2020, and again in early spring, February, March, and a little bit into April, we had some discussion about the private properties that were adjacent to this 115 site, whether these were properties that the board had interest in pursuing. CRA staff had ordered appraisals of all those properties and presented the results of those appraisals to you at that time. It was decided that the amount of funding that would be needed to go after all the properties was enormous at that time for us. And instead, we continued the discussion of the RFP and of other opportunities that the CRA may have. Fortunately, during that time, we were able to solicit interest from one of the property owners, Mr. Miller, Bradley Miller, at 508 East Boynton Beach Boulevard, that was brought in on his own, similar to the discussion that the board chair had with Mr. Oyer. And we were able to secure that property and put that under contract. In discussing this potential acquisition with Mr. Oyer and Christian Makoviak, there are other elements to the property besides just a purchase price. Obviously, there are existing tenants and uses in the building, which the two of them and I did not get into great deal of discussion because I felt that the most important item for the board to discuss this evening was, one, are you interested in the parcel and pursuing the parcel? And two, if you are, the price of that would certainly be a very significant part of a discussion. Any of the details around the leases that exist or the tenants or any of that type of stuff, I think would something we could wait on if depending on the board's decision this evening. We did have a appraisal done of the property, as I mentioned, in the fall of 2020, and not because of the size of the property or the extent of the improvements being the building itself, but in large part to the existing leases and income that's generated from the property. That particular appraisal came out at $3,400,000. Obviously, all the property owners were provided with a copy of that in October of 2020. And in order to get this to you, the purchase price that is being offered to the CRA by the Oyers is at $3,600,000. Again, there are other details and terms and conditions that we would need to discuss, but I would like to bring that this far to you to decide what direction the board would like to continue to pursue discussion with the Oyers or to sit back and take a different position. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me. Thank you.
So I know what I would want to say. So does anybody else want to go first? And that 3.6 was the property owner's suggested price.
Correct.
I would say that I'm in favor of that. It is not over abundance of what the appraised value was from October. I think that would be fair. It is not the same size of the property that we spent in 2017 for $3 million. However, this is the Ocean Avenue frontage that is kind of our signature street in Boynton Beach. The project that we have moving forward with 115, this would only enhance it such a great deal because of the value of the Ocean Avenue has on the whole property as a whole. Because a lot more can be done rather than having just the CRA's property as part of an RFP. And so I'm definitely in favor of option one of agreeing to the purchase price, to continue negotiations, specifically with the Oyers and the tenants, to see what we can do to make sure that they have a place in downtown Boynton Beach for any type of redevelopment. Because I don't think any of us wants to lose those businesses there, and it's walking that tightrope of what can we do to move forward with development and not lose our identity of Boynton Beach, because it's not just our identity consists of the people, the businesses, the buildings, and the atmosphere. And so I'm more than in favor of doing option A and getting this as part of our CRA project in our TOD, our multimodal center. After speaking and hearing for what's the coastal rail that is in the future, this is something that if we want a major train station, we would need as much property as we can to go around it. There's a reason why the commercial properties along the Cypress Creek Tri-Rail do so well, is because of the ease of access to get there. The fact that this is, less than a mile from I-95, it has multiple bus routes that go through it, intersection from the bridge over to the barrier islands. This is something that I don't know if we're going to get another opportunity to have these properties get redeveloped, because if we don't do it now, they may not get redeveloped in the future as part of a big project. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this.
Chair,
Yes.
could I just first get some clarification from staff? What exactly is the appraised value? Because I heard two different numbers, and I heard the chair say something, and I just need some clarification first.
Yes, board member, the appraisal in October 2020 appraised, the market value was set at $3.4 million. The response from the Warriors, or the offering to sell price, was $3.6 million.
On the basis of what?
They own the property.
Time period between, I would say, would be their rationale, that there's been an increase since October of 20.
Commissioner Katz, Board Member Katz, then Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. I'm definitely interested in it. I have a number of questions beyond the purchase price, which is significant, but at the same time, obviously, it's a critical parcel for the property. I know that through conversation that the adjacent parcel has a lease with the convenience store, so the likelihood of a sale and some sort of buyout on that lease seems difficult to conceive. So that's a hang up. Another one, obviously, I think anything in the Warrior property could be moved or relocated, or the leases would run short fairly quick, and they could be asked to go elsewhere, with the exception of Hurricane Alley, which I think would be sacrilegious to displace, which then poses the question: if we acquired this building, if we tore it down to incorporate it, I would need to have concrete answers that were subsequent to discussions with Kim Kelly to understand the implications of our acquisition on her business, because I have no interest in being any part of the demise of her little empire there that she's somehow managed to be successful all these years, because she's earned it, and I don't want to acquire the property with no questions being answered revolving what it means for her, what we can do to keep her there, what we can do to make her whole during some sort of construction or adverse phase. So that to me is the biggest question, is to speak to her if it's a simple purchase from the Oyers at a set price. And I understand that all the other leases and tenants would expire fairly quickly. But again, Hurricane Alley is a big question mark, and it needs to be considered and preserved and minded.
I appreciate the comments that's been made. I agree with them 110%. So I won't repeat what has just been stated by Board Member Katz and Board Chair. I would say that sometimes you have to go above what the market value is in order to get what you want long term. And this certainly is within the range of acceptability. I mean, you're talking 3.4 appraisal value, and they asked in 3.6. I mean, that's well within the tolerance range. My position is we need to jump at it and move Boynton ahead. I do have that major concern about Hurricane Alley, who's been an asset to our community for a number of years, and we certainly would not want to do any type of injustice to her that we can avoid. So going down the road, I would want to get input from her and see what can be done to make sure that that happens. So I'm all for this. This is great. I want to commend the Warriors for their willingness to come to the table and talk with us and do, in my opinion, what seems to be best for Boynton Beach. They are a family that's been around Boynton for many mango seasons, and I feel that it's only fair that we give them a few bucks to their advantage for this type of move for our city. So that's where I am.
So my comments on this are contingent on decisions that will be made further on. I'm in agreement that we can purchase this property, but that will dictate the decisions that we make on agenda items that follow, because I think that will change or further even cement my opinion on things that I've already said moving forward. So it seems like there's a consensus there. I think for me, what I'd want to hear from the Oyers is, what do their tenant leases look like? That way we understand what we're signing up for if we were to move forward with a purchase and sale of their property, because that is very important for us to understand how much commitment do we have to their other tenants outside of Miss Kim Kelly at Hurricane Alley. In addition to that, what other, if any, situations are present in the building that perhaps we don't know of. So that may allow for some negotiation or wiggle room with that 3.6 million price tag. So those are my questions, and I would definitely echo Board Member Katz's comments about, I'd like to hear from Ms. Kim Kelly as well in terms of how we would work together moving forward.
Chair. So hearing everything that's been said, I am interested in moving forward in acquiring this property. But I do have similar concerns that have already been mentioned. But in addition to that, and I really do need to reach out to Mr. Oyer and speak more in depth with him first, given that it's his property. But I was under the understanding that there's a lot of interested parties at this moment. Perhaps I am mistaken. You're shaking your head.
I mean,
And
we want to be the only interested party.
So, I say this because my preference in general is to allow the free market to work on its own. And then CRA can come in and provide support when it's not sufficient. That's just my understanding. So that's why I need to say, I really do need to reach out and speak to him, see what the situation is.
Well, he is
I am
here.
interested, yes. So, Mr. Oyer, if you'd rather speak now, or we can speak later.
Good evening. What a beautiful facility. This is my first opportunity to be in your new commission chambers. Congratulations. So I also have one of my two sisters here, Christian, the one who owns the insurance agency in these buildings. And by the way, for the record, Harvey Oyer, one of the three owners of the properties. So let me give just a quick history lesson that I think some of you know, but maybe the audience doesn't. Our family has owned these buildings, at least the one where Hurricane Alley is located, for about 90 years. So my grandfather originally acquired them. They passed down to my father, and they passed down to myself and my two sisters. Your CRA, long before any of you were involved, approached our father several times about purchasing the property. He was never interested in doing so. And when he passed away 10 years ago, I think we might have been approached again about an interest in selling. We had no interest then either. It's a tough decision for us. There's a lot of family history there. The sign on the wall, the historic sign on the wall. I grew up around there. I think I've painted it 4 or 5 times. I think I've fixed the roof half a dozen times. So it's emotionally maybe hard to part with. But looking at where the city is today, and our vision and our father's vision was always for the city to be successful, as you know. He was deeply invested in this community. And we've had about a year now of a lot of developers circling around us, all of which have offered us more money than we're offering it to you at, incidentally. We don't know who you're going to pick. All of those had contingencies. They need to have a deal with you, get your property, acquire other properties, get site plan approvals, get construction loans closed, building permits issued. So those would all be in 2022. I think we're more interested in having a faster closing for less money. We are looking at probably a change in federal cap gain tax rates. And so selling to you for less money today is probably about equivalent to selling it to them next year, assuming there's an increase in cap gains. So if you're wondering what the motivation is, we're probably about even financially. And what I think it does for you is it gives you control. One of the challenges, many challenges in developing this block is you controlled one big parcel, but not all of the peripheral parcels. And to properly develop that block, you need 4-sided architecture because it's going to address Federal Highway, your historic Main Street, Ocean Avenue, Boynton Beach, your main arterial back to I-95, and someday, hopefully, a train station on the west side of it. So I think the more land in there that you control, the better project you're going to get. And it's with that in mind that my sisters and I had a discussion after I ran into the mayor, and he asked if we would consider it. We would. And we think that's a fair price. It is, we didn't argue with your appraisal. We did not go get a competing appraisal. We simply took your number and we added about 5.5% to it. And I think if you call any broker, the market for land in Palm Beach County has gone up at least 5.5% from October to today. So I think it's a very fair price. With respect to our tenants, Kim Kelly is virtually a part of our family. If you don't know the story, my father started her in business with free rent so that she could get started. I grew up with her husband, Bert. So the last thing we want to do is displace our favorite tenant. But we're in a position right now that we have to make a decision. The fashion shops, which was a 20-year plus tenant, the men's fashion store in the middle building, he retired last year. We were going to spend the money to fix it up and re-let it, but because we had so much interest in the property, we decided to not spend money and sell it. Well, we're now a year into having no revenue off of that middle building, and we can't keep doing that. So we need to decide really quickly whether we're going to spruce it up and re-let it. And if we do, I cannot imagine that it would be less than a 3-year lease, probably a 5-year lease. And Hurricane Alley and other tenants have leases coming up for renewal. So if we don't do this now, you or a developer, the free market, will come get this property when there are longer term leases, which puts you in the same position that you are at the convenience store at the corner, a long-term lease that has to be bought out. And it makes it far more expensive for you or a developer to redevelop the site in the future. So we have this momentary window in time where one of our largest spaces is completely vacant. Another one is coming due in a year. And my sister owns the third large one, and she can move at her discretion. And all the other leases upstairs, 5 residential leases and 3 other commercial leases, are all year to year. So if you were to acquire, you control all of that. If you want to keep Kim there, you can keep her there. If you want to move Kim somewhere else, you can do that too, because you will hold the keys. So that's why we think it's a unique opportunity in this moment in time. And look, if you're not interested, that's fine too. You know, emotionally, we're not totally ready to part with it. So we're happy to keep it for another 90 years. We're happy to reinvest in that middle building and bring another tenant in. We'd be delighted to keep Kim there as long as she wants to stay there. But I don't think it effectuates the long-term best interest of this city, which, you know, from the day my great-grandparents brought Major Nathan Boynton here in the 1890s and sold him the land that became Boynton Beach to today, our family, I hope, has always had the best interest of this community in mind. And I know what you need to do to redevelop that parcel. That's what I do, you know, for my day job, is redevelop parcels. And you need to control as many of these as you can. And you then need to go after the other ones. And even if you have to buy out leases or assist a developer in buying them out, you don't want to build a half a block project. You want to build a whole block project that addresses all 4 streets. So I apologize for the long story, but I wanted you to understand what motivates us and why we're here. We're happy to work with you and won't have any hurt feelings if you don't want to buy it. So it's totally up to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Royer.
Sure. Any questions?
No, it's more of the comments. We want to appreciate what you and your family have done for the city. You know, I came here in 2011, but it was just something that, you know, is synonymous with what Boynton Beach is the Oyer name. And it's something that I appreciate your trust in this board to give us that opportunity to move forward with your name, because your name will probably be on that building as long as that building is standing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Chair, I just want to thank Mr. Oyer for being here and everything that you've said. You've answered my questions. And so given everything that has come to light, I am in favor of moving forward of acquiring this property at the negotiated price.
My only ask is that the way it works for us financially, cap gain wise, is to have a closing sooner than later. Otherwise, we're better off waiting on a developer. So I don't know if your new fiscal year budget allows that or not, but we're also open to, you know, an installment or holding paper on it if that's what you need to do as well.
Might be what we need to do. We'll speak with our finance director to see what we can do to give as much as we can in October, and then go from there.
Okay. Thank you all.
Any other comments from the
I'd just
board?
like to say that I
Yes, sir.
had the distinct pleasure of meeting your dad. He and I used to eat ice cream up at, what's this place up here on US 1? Dunkin' Donut. and we had many conversations.
You probably did more listening than talking, knowing my father.
And let me tell you, he had many, many stories that he could tell about Boynton Beach. And like you said, I just listened, but it was a pleasure to listen to him speak about the history of Boynton, the hands that he's had in the different projects around the city. And I can see that you're a chip off the old block. You will be successful in whatever you do. So thank you for allowing us the opportunity to have a first bite at the apple. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for your service. I know this is not an easy job, so thank you for your service and leadership.
So if there's no further comments, I'll request a motion for move forward with the purchase and sale at 3.6 with the negotiation to be discussed later. I think one of the major things that we would want, as long as the board, is for the tenants to be there or in the CRA. And I know that, Tara, if I'm not mistaken, the CRA can help with moving expenses for businesses.
Relocation expenses, yes.
Okay. So
move.
If I could, just for the record, I think it's important because there's been some discussions about concern for the tenants. That's our business. I mean, I think that I wouldn't want anyone out there in the listening world or anyone sitting in here to think that there was or any hesitation on the board's part or the staff's part or the CRA's part in not putting those folks as a priority in the negotiation of anything we do there. So I just want to be very clear that the building is one thing and the people and businesses that are in it are certainly another. And while both are a priority, there's absolutely nothing that we would not do to exhaust all possibilities of saving those or relocating them in some way. So just want to put that on the record.
thank you. All right. Board Member Romulus?
I have no further comments. Thank you.
I do. Second from Board Member Katz. Seeing no further comments from the board, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Chair.
Yes.
Subsequent to that decision and given some of the comments I made earlier about the corner parcel number 4, I think it's critical that if we're making this, we just made the commitment. If we make this commitment to purchase the Oyer property, then that, that we're a snowball rolling downhill. We need to keep going and accept that the adjacent property, particularly the convenience store, likely needs to be acquired now. I think so. So whatever we can do to direct staff to engage in discussions or be more assertive in telling them we are interested. As Mr. Royer said, there is a lease in play there that is longer term, so that is a complication. But I think that the acquisition of the Oyer property necessitates the acquisition of the corner parcel now, because then we have the entire ocean frontage, which makes it easier to make I'm not sure exactly what we could do. I'm sure architects could figure it out if we just had the Oyers, but having the back end of a convenience store, but a leg of a building, I feel like we need that parcel more than ever now because we just acquired or we're going to acquire the Oyers.
I would concur.
Board Member Katz, don't be too over, excited to purchase a property. We do have to look at the values of things. But what I would say is that, we have a lot of opportunities at tonight's meeting to discuss what we want to do with this block between the railroad, 4th Street and Federal, Ocean and Boynton. And that's something that if, with the will of the board, we can move those items up so that we can continue this conversation if the board so chooses.
I wouldn't mind, looping everything together.
Yeah.
I think, Mike, haven't you tested the waters of that food Okay.
Vice Chair, there's discussions, going back long before we owned the library, the temporary library side of the church. So I look at each of those opportunities as a new and fresh discussion.
Okay.
And to Board Katz's point, I also want to make sure that that there are other ways to engage a seller who has a long-term lease than to only be concerned, as was mentioned, about having to buy out that lease. So there may be a less expensive option depending on the motivations of the seller. So I want you not to, have some comfort in knowing there may be some different options that we'd like to bring back to you and discuss with them. But I appreciate all of your comments.
And also, as long as we're amending the agenda, I'd like to put it into a motion that we move up items. Oh, what is it? Is the property at 115? No. Move up items D and E and to the beginning of old business, and also item H as well, because I do see we have a youth in our audience, and so we want to make sure that we get him home as soon as possible as well. All right, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. So moving forward to item 16D, discussion and consideration of a letter of intent submitted by Hyperion Development Group for the CRA-owned property located at 115 North Federal Highway.
Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to kick off this discussion by simply saying that based on our decision on item 17A, I think it changes the purview of this item. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable entertaining this letter of interest any longer, because now that places we've potentially expanded the 115 property and what its future outlook looks like. And now we're also entertaining potentially purchasing or entering negotiations with the convenience store. And so again, that changes that 115 property. And so I would prefer to have this discussion at a later time, because I think it would behoove us or make more sense at that time.
And so I guess, are you continuing to table both, I guess, D and E?
Well, item D isn't tabled, is it?
No, D is not tabled. And so what I'm asking is that if you're trying to table item D, are you also trying to untable item E?
I have no intention to table the item. I have the intention to reject the letter of intent.
All right, thank you.
Second that motion as well, if made.
Well, before we have I'd like to have the discussion on it, because I did receive an email from Kim Kelly, and so I don't know if the rest of the board received it on Sunday. It stated, good morning. Thank you for reading this email. As I previously sent a group email stating that I would be at the July 13th meeting to speak on the pros of building two properties as one that the Hyperion Group has presented. Unfortunately, my business needs me as the shortage of workers has become a real issue now, and I will be unable to attend in person or via Zoom. I would like to share a thought, if I may. I believe whoever the developer is or are, a combination of the two parcels becoming one project would be a great cohesive project that will check off all the boxes from the survey and give us a downtown destination that everyone is striving for. I'm expressing the needs and desires of the community and the business and for myself. It is now the board's decision to vet the potential developer and accordingly make your decision. The main thing we fear is having 4 different residential projects on each corner and we lose our destination aspect. The other concern is the long RFP process and what happens if a new commission is appointed and all of the hard work that you as a board have accomplished will be abolished and possibly restarted with a new agenda. I wish you all the best to have a clarity, patience, and to go in with fairness in any decisions that you make concerning the future of our downtown. Our future now rests in your hands. Godspeed. So I would behoove to not hear what this developer has done in the past 30 days. We can make a decision not to accept it, but to tell someone we want to move forward and then to reject it before hearing what they have to say, I feel is a disservice to that we are doing to the development community. Yes, Board Member Katz.
So I would partially agree in that leading people on to think a course of action was being taken and then telling them no thank you would be disrespectful. I feel like that's what we've done to every developer who's paid attention for the past 6 months by entertaining this LOI. So what I would request, which would be fair and equitable to all suitors, would be to pursue the RFP, at which point Hyperion and any other interested party would be given the opportunity to present. I think that to your point about having people put in work and prepare and then have the door slammed on them, it is unfair, and I think that's what's happening here. So that's why I can't support the LOI. I would like to request that they go and they apply for the RFP just like everyone else. And if they are as good as they claim to be, and if they've got the resources, then they will rise to the top, and they have the unique feature of having the only exclusive partnership with the property across the street. So I personally, and I responded to Ms. Miskell when they reached out for a meeting, that my plan was to pursue an RFP, which is what I promised my residents in discussion for the past 6 or so months, and that I hope that they apply and put a bid in. And if they are successful, I would be more than happy to back them. But I just don't like, again, I said it last meeting, from an ethical standpoint, we spent a half a year telling the development community that this project was going to be advertised. We crafted an RFP. We conducted a survey to solicit information to inform our decision about that RFP. I would feel more comfortable if any individual developer acknowledged that competition inevitably will produce the best outcome, whereas just handing it over and what is now $10 million worth of property, essentially, when you add in the Warriors property, to the church, to the previously acquired property in Bradley Miller's. I just feel we have to advertise this. We have to make it a competitive process to get the best product. Even what they're proposing surely will get better for the residents under a competitive marketplace versus a gifting of exclusive monopoly rights to the development.
Chair.
Yes.
And I would simply add that at this point, their LOI is moot because things have changed. The landscape has shifted. We've potentially, if the negotiations end up well, added another half an acre to the property line, and what they've proposed does not incorporate that. I know I'm speaking ahead of turn here, but again, if our vote that we made on item 17A ends up in the direction that we intend for it to, which is to ultimately acquire those properties on Ocean Avenue and potentially the property that is the convenience store, it completely changes the landscape of this LOI, which is why I think it's inappropriate and inadequate to accept it at this time.
Yes, Board Member Pinsurga.
Thank you, Chair. I have, as all of you know, have deliberated over this issue intensely and have really racked my brain trying to make sure that we make the best possible decision. So let me first take a step back so everybody understands my thought process. In the previous meeting, I said to everybody, I am interested in hearing a proposal that could potentially combine both sides. There is no question that somebody who has an exclusive agreement on one side has that advantage, right? Whether you think that's fair or unfair, it is an advantage nonetheless, and that's why I'm interested in hearing it. Prior to that meeting, during that meeting, and after that meeting, I made it very clear what my points of concern were. Chief among them was financial capability. That wasn't the only thing, but that was certainly at the very top. And from my understanding, everybody's agreed. I believe one of the principals who spoke at the podium even said back to me, if I were in your shoes, I'd ask for the same thing. And to my surprise, after giving them the opportunity to submit their proposal and to address the items which I requested, that unfortunately was ignored. 49 pages in a PowerPoint, 2 pages devoted to financials, none of which address financial capability. And so I'm very concerned. This is a big deal. This is a major proposal. And I was very clear in that last meeting that you hit this out of the park, or I will vote to proceed with RFP. So why my concern, chief among them financial capability, was not addressed in a timely manner, I don't know. listen, if this was a job application and you fail to meet some of these criteria, you'd be dismissed. But this is so much more than that. This is a grant proposal on our most important intersection in our downtown. So for these reasons, I'm not comfortable moving forward with this letter of intent. We need a stellar partner. I'm concerned about why my issues were not addressed. There is a letter that was then submitted post the deadline. Again, I don't know why that happened. And I don't believe that letter sufficiently addressed my concern. It was very clear that there was a partnership, but it is not clear what amount is being committed to this project. I don't need all the details in the world, but I wanted to know that there is strong financial commitment in this project. Because as I've said in the past, we do not want to end up in a situation similar to John Markey and Town Square. So in addition to that, I am also concerned, and I've expressed this to the attorney, about their work history. Their PowerPoint says that they were reconstituted. I believe that was the correct word that was used in there. This group was reconstituted in 2020. And so naturally, like you do any other application, whether it's a development application or a job proposal, you ask a basic question, which is, show me your work history. And from what I could see from the PowerPoint of which they submitted, Hyperion as a group, please do correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just reading off your PowerPoint, but nothing was built since 14 years ago in Miami. And so they do have projects that they're starting in West Palm, and I give them credit for that. But in terms of getting things off the ground, work history is important, especially given the colossal significance of this location. And so these are all points that I've addressed and expressed to the applicant. And so with something this important, I am not in favor of moving forward with the LOI.
Okay. Yes.
I'd like to hear what
Well,
you have to say.
and is it okay for the board to open it up to comments from the public as well before we make a ruling on the motion and the second?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to go over the volumes of information that we have sent. We certainly respect the decision that you have to make. It is very, very important. And in fact, that's the reason why Hyperion is here. They viewed this as an opportunity, and I'm going to go into that a little bit, but I do want to clarify the record. Hyperion has been around since 2002, which is part of the PowerPoint. My client and Hyperion, Mr. Vexler, is in the audience and he can speak more clearly about it. But he was working also with one of the largest development companies that I'm familiar with for many years. So he is a seasoned expert. And in fact, I've stayed in one of his properties that he was responsible for, but for him, it wouldn't have been developed in New York City. It's the Four Seasons building in Tribeca. So the man clearly has the credentials to build this. The project is a $350 million project. And when Hyperion and Mr. Vexler approached Mr. Camelier on the east side, and by the way, he also owns 209 on the west side, he didn't just look at it as a one block thing. He looked at the west side as a tremendous opportunity to do something very, very, very special. I've been a zoning and land use attorney for 30 years. I can only remember 2 CRA projects that are of the magnitude of 2 potential full blocks, and both of them were funded by public money. This is an opportunity here for you to get the same type of projects, but to have it funded not simply by your money. In fact, you'd be the tail on the dog. The majority of the money would be coming from the private developer. That isn't just rare, it's nearly uncommon. In fact, in all of the years that I've been doing this, I can't even think of another CRA project where the private developer spent 90% of the money to get the buildings out of the ground. But in any event, the letter that we provided you, and I appreciate your time, board member Pensurga, the the 2 pages that you referred to their capital partner. And they submitted the additional information because it wasn't clear, and our apologies. But when we got, 10 days after the meeting, a list of 15 other items that we had to prepare, we misunderstood. They were recommendations, they weren't requirements, but we wanted to hit, knock the ball out of the park. Is that the expression? Obviously, I didn't play baseball.
Yes.
So we wanted to respond to every single item. We didn't want to miss anything, any questions, any clarifications. We wanted you to have everything that you needed. And if we didn't give you enough, that we'd be at least able to respond to your questions. So I'd like to read the letter because I think it's important for everyone to hear what a very significant company, we're talking about billions of dollars, and what they have to say about this developer. Winter Properties and Hyperion Group have a formalized strategic partnership to develop large-scale residential mixed-use projects in South Florida and New York. Winter believes in Rob Vexler's leadership and is committed to the growth and success of Hyperion Development Platform. Hyperion, with the capital strength of Winter, brings the financial capability, institutional experience, execution skills, and successful track record to identify and execute on development opportunities with positive community impact. Since Rob's relaunch of Hyperion, we've been his capital partner on a $135 million residential development in West Palm Beach and a $120 million residential mixed-use development in the New York metropolitan area. Winter and Hyperion have additional development opportunities in the pipeline. They go on to say that they're familiar with what they've been speaking with you about, and they support fully Mr. Vexler's efforts. And the city of Boynton Beach should be reassured that we have the capital and resources necessary to see this project through. They are very much aware that it is a $350 million project. They go on to tell you who they are. They're the real estate business of Standard Industries, and they give Standard's website, a privately held global industrial conglomerate focused on building materials which generate in excess of $6 billion in annual global revenue. They have an affiliate, 40 North, a privately held investment platform with assets exceeding $4.5 billion. And they go on and on to talk about it. They also invite the staff to sit down with them should you decide to go forward, and they will give you their audited financials at that time if in fact the board seriously wants to proceed to contract. The other thing I want to mention, and we're here to ask you to give us more time to go forward and negotiate with your staff. As Ms. Dewey explained at the last meeting, a vote to move forward with us to go into contract negotiations isn't an approval of a contract, and it's not an approval of a plan, and it's not an approval of Hyperion necessarily. It's directing staff to initiate a process which, upon notice, invites others to see what we're proposing and to come in. And I do agree that it is competitive because they see everything we have to offer, and hopefully they'll step up their game potentially and offer you more, or they'll look at our game and say, we can't compete because it's more than I've ever seen offered in a CRA scenario, or for that matter, an RFP. This is a $350 million project, inclusive of the entire block. One other comment I'll make, and there are a lot of benefits to this, and I won't go into them because, I think that I hear the feedback I'm getting. But in addition to my client being interested in assuming the CRA's property in some form, and in fact, the form that they were assuming would be that you would be compensated for the property, which is also uncharacteristic of what I've seen happen in Boynton Beach. But also they're assuming that, and I've heard before board members state that here we give the property to the developers, they develop it, which is great, good thing, they create jobs and they do what they commit to do, but then they flip it like 500 Ocean, walk away with millions of dollars, and the CRA has a beautiful building and now they have a tax base, but we don't see those benefits. That's another part of this proposal that I have never seen a developer do. They want to share in not just the immediate benefits, but in the potential future rewards, which is pretty unusual and exceptional. In any event, they want to be a partner. They want it to be collaborative. They certainly did not want to see this be a difficulty for you or something that you may view as being adverse to the CRA's interest. They viewed it and they were enthusiastically pursuing it because they do see this as a great opportunity. As I mentioned to you before, in all my years, I've never seen a developer approach a CRA and assume the majority of the burden of assembling the property. Recently, and Mr. Oyer, did he leave?
Yes, you did.
Oh, damn. Well, in any event, my client's already spoken to Harvey about the potential to acquire his property. Again, that is something that is very rare, something that you would be pursuing, that they're willing to partner with you and take on that responsibility. So in any event, we would hope that you would reconsider. This is the only type of letter that you're ever going to see from an equity investor. They don't even know what you're going to approve. But what they do know is they're willing to put their money behind the gentleman sitting behind me, and they're willing to put at least 350 million of it up. And that's what this letter says. But again, we're asking you to proceed with the process. You're not voting on the project. You're not voting even on a contract yet. We'd like to negotiate with your staff to get you something that you would find acceptable, and also to begin the process that occurs when you accept, a privately initiated proposal. So, I don't know if Mr. Bexler wants to speak, but he does very much appreciate the time that you put into it. He respects the decision that you have to make. He is under a contract with Mr. Camilleri on the east side and with 209, and he's enthusiastic about the future here at Boynton Beach. Again, thank you very much for letting me speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions, as would our team be happy to.
Board Member Katz.
Just one quick question, Bonnie, and thank you. Does a single thing you just stated change if we went to RFP and your client were to submit a proposal? So does our job, or I view my job as an elected official, to ensure that we do our due diligence and determine the best possible outcome for the residents and move forward with that? I understand the position of a private developer or a business owner in seeking, their best outcome, which would be profit in the free market. How does an RFP deny anything that was just requested other than removing the exclusive negotiation rights, which precludes competition? I understand that what you guys are requesting allows for constructive criticism or critical comments to be offered, but it doesn't allow for competition. It allows for scrutiny. But again, at that point, you're scrutinizing the person that's been handed the ball, so they have the power. So how does an RFP change anything about what you're requesting other than by allowing more competitiveness in the market?
In part, I'm going to make some assumptions here. We've seen and we've sat through some of your discussion on what you want to see in your RFP. But until you actually issue it, it could change it in that you're defining and confining our responses to be responsive, obviously, to what you'd like to see. And it may not be what's in our package. So that's a possibility. So we might be forced to go in a direction that wasn't entirely where we wanted to go, but in order to be responsive, we need to move in that direction, or we don't resubmit, I think. So I think that's probably the most obvious. The other is time. My client wants to acquire all of the properties. And by the way, we did a two scenario in that presentation. We did two scenarios. One, what you had a month ago, versus the other, everything, inclusive of Mr. Oyer. So we do believe that it is responsive in response to Board Member Romulus's comment, because we made some assumptions that if you didn't acquire the property, they were going to acquire the other properties. So we gave you two scenarios in the event that it was all or a portion. But time is of the essence, obviously. Their intent was to acquire and close before the end of the year. Get approvals, close. at some point, they'll have to make the decision on what they do on the east side. They're not going to wait until, I don't believe they are, maybe they'll change their mind, but their plan is to start immediately. As a matter of fact, their designers have already started to do something, and they're at least going to do it on the east side. And it does create some problems from the implementation and effectuation of a plan. Do they design for both sides, or do they design and move forward with one side and then see what happens on the other side? So it creates some challenges and complications that we wouldn't otherwise have had to deal with if my client could control his own destiny. And did I miss anything, guys? Did I miss something? I think I've covered it. You know, but time is just not their friend. You know, we have known conditions right now. We have known rates as far as interest rates and all those other things that are out there. We know what our costs are right now. In a year from now, I don't know. And that unfortunately is an unknown that all of the people that may or may not respond to your RFQ will have to deal with, whatever the conditions are at the time. But he has a contract to close on the east side by the end of the year. So he has to move forward on that. And it just complicates design and timing. Oh, and one last thing, the other thing that he had hoped to participate on, and they've done a lot of outreach, Kim Kelly is one of them, was to provide themselves as a phase 1, phase 2 opportunity. Before breaking ground on phase 2, which is the west side, the east side will be commenced and completed, so that those tenants could roll right into the east side. If the east side goes so much further in advance than the west side, then they're going to lease up their space as it comes due. So there are many complications that splitting it create. Other than that, I don't really think I missed anything.
Thank you.
But that's a good question.
I guess so. The two conclusions I can draw from that response. One is that by going to an RFP, we would assert more authority over the project, which for me was my explicit purpose of purchasing the church property in the first place. The reason why I didn't turn down purchasing the church property was because I wanted to have control over this so that elected officials would be able to craft the edges. So I see the fact that we have more control over what the project looks like through an RFP as a positive from our perspective. And just regarding time, it is certainly nothing to do with anything you said, but in my 5+ years up here, the one thing that I have ascertained is that time does not exist after a contract has been signed, because every project that we have approved and greenlit had timetables and with absolute certainty, because property owners or developers know that we're not just going to kill their deal. They still own the property. Time does not exist in development. It's subject to the whim of the market and the developer. And then we ultimately are going to please, because we don't want to see a project just get thrown out. So I know that it was mentioned in Kim Kelly's email. It's been mentioned at previous meetings. I don't personally view time. I can understand from the private side that, time might be of the essence for their financials, but whatever size or magnitude this project looks like, especially if it were to be both properties, we're talking about 4, 6, 8 years if it gets built, considering the fact that the other side of Federal Highway was supposed to be built 10 years ago-ish. So I respect your position. I know that my goal is still to pursue the RFP with an open arm, that your client participate, because you do, as Board Member Pensurga pointed out, you have a distinct competitive edge in that no one else will be able to offer a project that incorporates both properties. So that's just my thought on it. I know that some of these discussions have been contentious, and maybe Mr. Morris's comments about our civility has tempered my gut reaction to be more sharp. But I just want to see this project vetted in full public view, because we saw, even with years of effort and due diligence on Town Square, that in hindsight, better decisions should have been made. And I worry this LOI path is the least transparent, most aggressive time frame, which would be more prone to oversights on any number of our parts. But I do thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public? Thank you.
Hi again, Bill Morris, 777 East Atlantic, Torrey Beach. First of all, those are wonderful magic words from a gal that I have a great deal of respect for. But, you all, back in the middle part of 2019, with the help of Mike Simon, we came up with, my partner and I, with an idea to do something with that 115 property. And it's something, actually, we didn't ask for any money. This is really not about pitch about that. It's going to be about fairness and about rules that you all set for us. And those rules they were painful for me. We were prepared to go forward. We could get site plan approval probably by year end. How in the world, starting now, first of all, how in the world are they going to get site plan approval for whether it's east side or west side? But the thing is, right here, I think that what you have done, and it hurts my partner and I, but you've opened up the gates properly for good competition. You're going to get some other firms. We're going to compete. You've got some people out there. There's probably a couple of groups I know. One is a company called Affiliated, who are excellent people. They're doing a major project right now in Lake Worth Beach in a emerging area. They're doing a terrific job. They're going to participate, and they're quality people with deep pockets. They have the ability to get it done. There's a group called Two Roads Development from West Palm Beach. Similar character. There's probably others I don't know, but you all set the rules. I mean, stick with them, and it's simply not fair. I mean, and there's a guy sitting back there in a sport coat. If he wanted to change the year-end closing, he could do it. I mean, he's done it for 3 years now of sitting on the property. So let him, if he wants to move the timetable back, let it happen. So you need to go through with the RFP. Frank, you're going to send a really ugly message out to the rest of the community after setting the rules that you have. Stick with them and do it.
Good evening. My name is Tony Morrow. I'm a resident of Boynton Beach. Love this town. Over the years, I just have to say that I think that the commission has just done an amazing job. That this town, from when I first got here in the area 30 years ago to what's going on today, is truly amazing. I think it just seems that each board learns more, each board gets more serious. Having been a commissioner in an adjoining town, it's probably one of the most important jobs in this town is to be on the commission. And your responsibility is huge. And people throw words around like, fairness, this is what we should do. This is what you should do. But at the end of the day, you really need to look at what's best for the town of Boynton Beach. And some people will think it's fair. Some people won't think it's fair. And you really, at the end of the day, have to do what's right. I think everyone here in the room, I would take a guess that everybody has a passion. Some people love baseball, some people, love business, some people, love development. I picked development because I'm a small little developer, builder, and I've got people that I look up to as amazing, and wow, how did they do what they did? And if y'all knew, and me included, because I've really learned over the last few weeks, I'm very, very excited over the fact that there's people fighting to develop in Boynton Beach, Florida. I mean, we should say, wow, this is really amazing, and you're a big part of it. But in that process, you're going to get some people that come in that you really need to know who they are. This group that's come in, I'm like a little kid in a candy store. These are real guys. These are guys that are like, wow, holy moly, I can't even believe that they're here in Boynton. And so, you know, I think of a couple of things. I've been very fortunate in life. I played football for the United States Naval Academy. And I could show you the picture. I'm sitting in this picture for, you know, my junior year. And in the background up in the back is just this little old coach that trying to fight for, you know, for people to believe in him. And his name is Nick Saban. And you know, he would have loved that head coaching job that was coming up that they knew they were going to make a change in. And people would just say, look, you know, what have you done? And what can you do? Well, holy mackerels, at the Naval Academy picked that guy. Can you imagine? And we've already had great teams. So, but here it's even a little bit more easy, the decision. I mean, we've got a guy that's been involved with some of the most amazing development projects on the planet. I want to make sure we heard that. Some of the most amazing development projects on the planet. And he's in Boynton Beach, Florida. And so we look at this and we say, look, let's put it out to RFP. And as a builder and as a small time developer, time is not necessarily a good thing. It's a bad thing in many times. With time, you know, things change. The economy changes, people change. You know, we could wait for an RFP in 6 months and you know what? We lose the opportunity to have, you know, one of the best people in the business, one of the most creative people in the business, one of the most capable people in the business with the most amount of resources. The amount of resources that these people can bring in, believe me, there is no one that can top these resources. So yes, it takes time for all of that. It takes time to learn that, but you are sitting in a position to make a decision that could change Boynton Beach for the better for everyone right now, not 5 years down the road, not 10 years down the road. And who knows what happens if we miss this opportunity with this absolutely top developer. Let's put it out to RFP for guys that are good guys, no doubt. But what's that going to do in the long run? So I really think you should think about the opportunity that's sitting right in front of us, because I would hate to lose it. And I think that if you could sign up Tom Brady today, I would do it. I would do it. So I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I really, I know it's a tough job, but please consider the fact that we have probably one of the best and talented teams in the country here right now in Boynton Beach, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Harold Van Arnhem. I live at 5910 Old Ocean in Boynton Beach, Florida. We've worked probably most of 2020 on an unsolicited basis. We just moved up this way and we got real familiar with what's going on in Boynton Beach, and so Bill and I got together with Mike Simon. We hired RLC, which is arguably one of the best high-rise development architectural firms in South Florida. And we worked for a good part of 2020 in designing what we thought was a good idea, which was to take the core and to build out the core. And once you build out the core and integrate it into a downtown area, also integrated into the future train station, of which, by the way, have been in discussions with FEC now for probably about 6 months. And we had filed an application to lease the land that, that sits just east of the railroad. anyway, so we worked hard at it, and we met with all the CRA board members. We went over the proposal. We got great comments. There was a vote, as you recall, and everyone voted 7-0 on our proposal. And they loved our proposal. You voted against it?
No, there's
I thought it was
5 of
7-0.
us.
I beg your pardon. There's 5
of us.
I'm sorry.
The 2 other people.
Well, anyway, there was good acceptance, and we had a lot of good feedback. The whole idea with the pieces around it was that if you build the core out and you make it really super nice, the core is going to build into it, because the core is going to make that valuable. They almost become the amenities. So outside the core, the amenities come in. You don't have to overpay for that property. That property will automatically develop itself. I mean, anyway, that's the thought. Now, the other thought I have in mind is that I've been working with Mr. Camelier for 3 or 4 years, trying to buy a little piece to build a hotel, and never could really get anywhere. I offered prices that I thought were way above market, and I couldn't get any response. The thought that he could come in here and take the 115 project, which has nothing to do with his piece across the street that we've all been waiting 10 years to develop. Now all of a sudden he's going to take this piece and he's going to add that to his piece to increase the value of his property, so he can now finally sell it or finally flip it, which was, I guess, his intention from day one. Anyway, we're here. We love the town. We love the project. Our proposal, as you've already seen, we're the only proposal that's ever been made. I mean, in detail, floor plans. Well, I mean, there's been a couple letters of intent. There's been a group by Onyx, which didn't define anything. And the other one, I take back I don't know the name of the developer who's doing town hall, but he submitted a proposal. So I think there were 2 proposals, and you guys asked us, you were going to award the project to us, except for the mayor, sorry. And so what happened was, you decided then to go out for RFP, which we were fine with, and we're still fine with, and that's really the only right way to do it. It's not fair. You can't take all these guys, even though we're the only ones that really spent any money, but not that that means anything, but it's not fair to anyone that you can just say, or, by the way, why couldn't you give us the same opportunity you're giving this other guy? I mean, why couldn't we buy, let us see the deal. Let us look at the deal. Maybe we'll do the same deal. Maybe other developers will do the same deal. But you can't just go on the side here and make a separate deal with this guy after all of us have worked over a year on this project anyway. So you may or may not agree, but thank you for listening to me anyway.
Well, Mr. Van Arnhem, I remember the conversation. And one of the things I believe you said is that we should go through the LOI process. And I was agreeing with you in the LOI process. I don't know if you remember that in our conversation in December. Because with the RFP, you mentioned of all the times in Delray Beach, they tried to go through a RFP process and it got messed up somehow. And if you get one word or the size of the property wrong or anything wrong in an RFP, it's appealable and they have to start all over again, if I'm not mistaken, and that's happening in West Palm Beach now. The aspect of fairness, I'll have to quote my father, he's an attorney, and, he always told me life's not fair. And so, as long as we're playing by the law, playing by the rules, I think that's the most important thing for me, is that, are we playing by the rules? You're right, you can't propose a 7-acre project because you don't own that property across Federal Highway. Mr. Camelier owns the property that is adjacent, and your comments regarding a mid-block project growing from the outside in makes no sense whatsoever. You can't build a project in the middle and expect the orphaned street front properties to be included after the middle is built. That conversation it doesn't necessarily resonate with me. And I'm very excited to hear from you, Mr. Burns. And it's just that my goal has always been, getting the biggest project. And what we learned in our town squares, we had two different developers, and that did not work out very well for us, where we have the private aspect that's still not in the ground, that is still in litigation, and we're going to hear about the mediation next Monday. Then it goes back to mediation, and so it's more likely that this project is going to go faster, whether LOI or RFP, than the town square project, because we wanted to get into litigation. My whole goal is to do what's best for Boynton, and that's the surrounding properties. I spoke with Mr. Dalmeda, who owns the villages, and he's hopefully following on Zoom. And that's kind of the mentality that I've always had, is that if we have both sides of Federal Highway building at the same time, we can save the businesses, specifically Hurricane Alley, which the developer has mentioned to me multiple times that he can move Hurricane Alley to the east side while he builds a final restaurant, location on the west side. So I don't think anybody else can offer that. And if we go through this RFP process, how are we going to save Hurricane Alley? Because it's unlikely that the developer is going to be able to build around that building and then have the restaurant move in. So I'm going to let Mr. Burns speak. Mr. Morris, if you'd like to, no, excuse me, it's not your turn to speak. If you want to speak at the end after everyone else, you have that opportunity.
Okay.
But thank you.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Jeff Burns. I'm the CEO of Affiliated Development. I thank the chair and the board for the healthy debate this evening. So wanted to introduce ourselves. Some of you know who we are. We're a Fort Lauderdale-based organization. We have an office in Palm Beach County. We've completed over $500 million of public-private partnership development, primarily in South Florida. We're actually just completed 230 units about 10 minutes up the road. We're under construction on 200 units about 10 minutes up the road as well in Lake Worth Beach. That's our emphasis, is engaging in public-private partnerships and improving the communities that we invest in. One of the unique things about us is that we actually have our own discretionary capital. So what that means is when we want to go do a project, we get our checkbook out and we write it. We don't rely on outside equity in order to capitalize our projects, which is an important element, I believe, in vetting and qualifying a developer. We, of course, along with others, Bill and others, have been engaged in this process. And what I mean by that is the RFP, RFQ, meeting with residents and business owners, trying to get a better feel for the type of project that would ultimately boost the city. And in fact, there's been a lot of talk about Kim Kelly and relocating. I actually have a signed LOI with Kim Kelly, and so, which is an interesting tidbit. So we have been engaged in discussions with various business owners and surrounding properties. Actually, Harvey Oyer was one of the reasons why we're here today. I'm working with Harvey in another city right now on a couple of projects, and he really encouraged us in our organization to come here and make an investment in Boynton Beach. The reason I bring that up is we are qualified. We're one of the proposers that hopefully you will hear from if you decide to take this to an RFP and go through the RFP, RFQ process. We have no problem competing. In fact, that's healthy. It gives the public, the taxpayers, what they bargained for. It's fully transparent. They'll get to see the merits of the development proposal, along with the merits and the qualifications of the developer, to make sure that if something is chosen, that it goes forward and it gets done and it gets built, and everybody can be proud of it. So with that being said, I strongly urge you to stay the path, hopefully, if that's the decision, we look forward to continued dialogue, and we look forward to putting something together that hopefully you can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the commission. Davis Camalier. I think you all do have a difficult decision. I'm not going to tell you what to do, as I usually do. By the way, I'm 114 Federal, North Federal.
Thank you.
I think I'm close to 25 years of paying those taxes and paying those bills, paying those banks, and that's what makes me have some standing here tonight. There's only one member here who I've known a long time, and that's through Commissioner Hayes' involvement on the board. I do think timing is important as you think about this. It was 2007 when we had put together the first financial site and the 114 site. We had put together contracts to buy out about 32 of those owners. 2007 came along, we had this huge plan, we were moving forward. The markets turned, project stopped. 2011, Bank of America said, we're out. They went down to Wilbright Avenue. And then we had the market crash of 08, well, 07, 08. And we've had other ups and downs in the marketplace since then. As I listened to numerous people tonight, by the way, all of whom I've met with over the years, Bill Morris, who got the project approved in 2017 as the developer, never got built. Sonny, who said he made me multiple offers. Sonny, maybe you didn't have my address. I've not received one that ever offered me a price. So all I can say is, and I met with Affiliated, I went through all their projects. They've done a nice job, by the way. But, and some of you have felt that, you know, I'm just sitting there and didn't have anything to do or want to do anything. It's not the case. I believe in Boynton Beach. I've been a part of Boynton Beach since 1986. Still own properties, commercial properties in town. I also want to do what's right. And to me, part of what's right is, I mean, first of all, Hyperion came forward and cut a deal with me. Now, we all know how difficult that is. You guys tell me how difficult I am all the time. The fact they cut a deal with me and are prepared to move in this calendar year means something. And they are talented. I don't know Mr. Morrow who spoke, but he was very flattering compliments to Hyperion. But I do know what that company is capable of doing in that organization, and they are capable of raising huge amounts of capital. I have not felt that I have talked to anyone else who could raise $350 million to build a big project that we can all be proud of. This could be our Rockefeller Center in Boynton Beach. And there aren't a lot of opportunities to put 7 acres together anywhere in the downtown environment. I would just encourage you all to try to keep communication open, to go forward and work together constructively on a timely basis to get this project built. And I think that I selfishly have my own opinion, and you may choose to disagree with me, that's okay. But I don't envy you guys. I just think that if this is, from my perspective, and I've been sitting there for a long time, this is the first time the needle moved for me. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi. This is not Tom Brady.
I'm going to move to your left.
But thank you, Tony. I just want to address
your name.
Hi, Rob Vexler, Hyperion Group. I just want to address a couple, first, board members in general, and just say a couple of quick words because there's been a lot said and done here. The most important thing I want to get across here is that we came to this enthusiastic about Boynton Beach, enthusiastic about this project, enthusiastic about what we can do. And we came to the board hoping that we would feel the return enthusiasm and that embrace. And I guess we should sort of understand that there is a history here, and I respect that. And there are people here who have worked hard to get your attention and to ask you to trust them to do this, and we respect that as well. And we respect other people's work, our colleagues in the industry and everything else. And then we don't by any means begrudge anyone who wants to compete or whatever else, and we're happy to compete as well. The main thing that I want to get across is that when we work, when we do our job, when we do our business, and in our history, our goal is to work collaboratively with the people in your position who have such difficult decisions and such tough jobs to do. The part of this process that I've had the most issue with, or just that's troubled me, is that it just seems like it's so contentious, where it's something that we came in thinking was going to be, hey, this is great, let's all do this together, this will be awesome, we're going to build this amazing thing in Boynton Beach together, we have the resources. Well, and I'll address that because I know there's a specific concern that some of you have. We can, we can make this happen, we can make this a reality. Let's all put our heads together. And the fact that from the beginning, I don't know where or how, I have some sense why maybe we got off on so some people got off on the wrong foot. The point here is that we're prepared to make something really special happen, and we have the resources to do it. All the information, by the way, about our resources and our access to resources is in a presentation. We responded to all the items. We had teams of people. We had Gensler Architects, they're a global firm, working 4th of July weekend, working with us because we're all enthusiastic and excited about this project and to deliver something that you, the board, can be proud of and to point to and saying, we got that done with this group. And we responded to that. And in that response was some pretty substantial information about what our makeup is, what our financial partners. Now, a mention was made about how we turned in the letter from them late. That letter did not really add much to what we had in our presentation. It was just that I guess our presentation, it was kind of the first time in my career, I guess, that what I put under my name and under my firm's name, somebody thought that, well, we don't necessarily believe what you're saying. We want you to submit, from somebody else, from the actual signatory's name. So we said, okay, we understand. This is a big decision. Bad things happened here before. We get it. Here, we'll give that to you, and we did. So I hope, I just want to reframe how that happened. It wasn't that we were just like, oh, let's give them this, let's give them that, let's throw it. No, that all that information was in our presentation under our name. We and Winter Properties are one. We are one. We are one firm, one entity. So when they talk about that they're a $6 billion revenue company with access to $4.5 billion of assets, I'm not saying that's my money. I'm saying, but we are part of the same group that is investing in this real estate business. They participated and were involved in that presentation that we put together in response to Mr. Simon's extensive list. And we were thrilled to be able to respond, even though I don't think Mr. Simon believed that we were actually going to get that done by the time of this meeting. And he, I believe, told us that. We did get it done a week in advance of the meeting, and we presented it because we wanted to show our enthusiasm and what we believe can get done in Boynton Beach. And again, the worst part about all this for me is that whatever comes out of this, whether this goes the way of going with our LOI, continuing discussions, whatever it is, or you go to RFP, respect it, respect your tough decision, respect your whatever you think is the right way to go. We want to, but the main thing is, however it comes out, we want to work with you. We want to be collaborative with you. Whether we end up with the, having to go forward with the east side, and because maybe we believe that waiting on the RFP adds too much uncertainty and timing, we feel the time to strike is now. The iron is hot now. So we may feel that it may not be the right thing to wait. And if we did that, we'd want to come to you and work with you and support and get your support. And if to the extent we didn't either participate or win the RFP to the other side, if you went in that direction, we'd want to have dialogue and collaboration potentially with whoever did win. We are about transparency, collaboration, partnership, and all those things. That being said, why are we here pushing for this, and why? Because timing is important. Because you're going to get the best product, final product, and you're going to get the best project when you do both sides together. We have experience in this. We know this business. We have the good fortune to be able to have consummated a deal with Mr. Camelier. We're going to be the landowner on a big site. We're going to be a landowner on a smaller site on the west side. It just makes sense that this is not, again, this is not to say that it's not about necessarily fairness. It's about what's the best process here. So I sit here and I think and I listen to it, and I heard the gentleman from Affiliated, and he said he's not afraid of competition. And Board Member Katz, to your point, we're not afraid of competition. We'll if that's what we have to do, we'll do it. So another way to go here, just a thought, let us both come to you and try to do a contract by September. If that's your, if Affiliated is the one that is stepping up here, let us both work on a contract with you. We're happy to do that. But we think in the best interest of Boynton Beach, somebody who can come in, step up, acquire Mr. Camelier's properties, acquire Mr. Oyer's properties. Not, we can certainly do it through the CRA if we decide that that's the best course, but it doesn't have to be. Acquire the convenience store and
Mr. Islam
properties, yes. Work with Kim Kelly on the best course of action. Work with Ace Hardware, the other owners, people who we've spoken to. Let us keep working on this. It's your best path to get this going quickly, and to let it and we can work on it together. We can talk about it together. We can meet your goals together. You want more information about financials? Give us the signal that we can do this. We'll sit down. We'll put it all out there. We've put out enough already, I think, to allow for more meaningful discussion. But you want more, you can have more. I mean, but it's got to be rational. It's got to be tailored to where we are in the process. No private person puts all their stuff out there before they know that they actually have a deal on something. So again, I say to you, the most important thing here is that we want this to be collaborative. We want to have a good relationship with you. We want to work to solutions with you, whatever direction this thing goes in. And that's kind of the bottom line takeaway from here. Again, I think that this can be done by, again, I don't just say this from our selfish perspective. I put myself I've seen these things play out. I'm not going to sit here and try to, point fingers and lecture and say that I know better than you or anything like that. I'm just telling you the odds are, having seen this before, this thing goes to RFP, this is going to go on for months and months and months and possibly longer. And who knows, another board comes in, who knows what happens. You're just injecting a level of uncertainty. I'm not saying that is what will happen, Board Member Katz. I'm not saying it will. I'm not trying to, I'm just saying there is a level of uncertainty when you inject that. I understand there's also, you're looking at it and you're saying, there's also a level of uncertainty if we go with you. Well, I'm saying, okay, well, don't just go with me. Open it up. Have us let's negotiate an agreement with whoever else you want as well. Pick from those, do private processes, or when I say private, let the public see it. We're not afraid. Let the public see it, but at least let's start getting to agreements, because it's in everybody's interest to get this going and done soon. That's the best way that you can get this thing done and realize this amazing vision for these corners. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Board Member Katz.
I'll make a final comment and then I'm prepared to make a motion to reject the LOI with my personal view of moving forward as a subsequent item on the RFP. I appreciate everyone's comments. I don't, even though these things might get personal or feel personal or antagonistic, I think everyone's just trying to do their job, and I respect that. The one thing I'll say is that one of the speakers enthusiastically praised and compared the interest in this site to a fight, right? And I agree. We've used that term in the past, and we've, feeding frenzy. People are interested in this site. There is a fight to be had for a champion to rise. My problem is that by not going to RFP, we are canceling the fight and saying we like that guy. He's the champion, just based on words. So if everyone believes that competition is good, if everyone believes that a fight is good and will produce the champion, the best person, outfit to do this, the RFP is the only process. Canceling the fight or holding some kind of back alley fight where we pick a couple of competitors to fight it out, but not opening up to everybody. I think that I like the fight comparison, but in order for a great fight to be witnessed, it has to happen. A champion has to emerge through merit. So with that being said, I would offer a motion to reject this LOI, again, with my personal view being to move forward with the RFP subsequently.
Second.
Mr. Morris, I did want to give you another opportunity if you, okay.
Look,
Vice Chair.
yeah. I've known Mr. Camilleri for many years, and his work here in Boynton is outstanding. He's always been able to back up what he said, and he did it. I just feel that we are missing out on an opportunity here. I know we have an RFP system, but it's not always the best system to use. I've seen RFPs that where the best did not rise to the top. We ended up having going into litigation as we are currently doing with Town Square. I've seen where we had 5 that was on the list from the RFP system, and we got rid of them because one reason or the other, they quit on their own or whatever. So it's not always cut and dry that the RFP is going to be the best course of action. I just feel that in order with what has been presented by Mr. Cavallari and others, we have an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity to whatever we decide is going to last for a long time, over 100 years, I guarantee you. None of us sitting here will be here. So it is important, the decision that we make. I just feel that we have an opportunity here to, with certainty, have both projects on both sides of federal going at the same time with the assurance to some degree that the properties that we've been questioning and trying to get for a long time will be acquired. Harvey Orio's property, the ice cream place, Ms. Cavallari owns the place across on the east side. These are properties that will make this 7 acres plus an ideal hub for Boynton Beach. So based on history, and I'm not just throwing 2 guys in the back alley and having them fight it out. I'm basing it on history. I'm basing it on longevity. I'm basing it on who's proved themselves and willing to stick their neck out again. We've gone through some ups and downs here in our city, and I think this is an opportunity for us to move forward and to now. I hope I don't I kind of get the feeling that I'm outnumbered here, but I hope down the road that I don't have to repeat this conversation based on what we're doing here. I just feel that the LOI is valid. I like what I'm seeing and the research that I've done for Hyperion, and I just feel that that's the way to go. We waited over 20 years hoping that this property on the east, for one, would be developed. And now we have the owner here in Boynton with a really strong developer who has the financial backing and has proved themselves to all those questions that we have. I think the only thing here is the RFP. You feel somewhat guilty of not letting others have an opportunity. But we've gone that route before, and I hope he doesn't do this. But if for some reason some other company comes along, he doesn't have to sell that property over there. We don't have to have it either, but it would be nice for Boynton Beach and the citizens to have both sides develop in our great city. We've been waiting long enough. And so I just feel that the LOI is the way to go, and I'll be voting that way.
Chair.
Yes, Board Member Romulus.
I just want to make some closing comments to.
Oh, well, do you want me to wait to make sure that nobody else from the public wants to speak?
No, I want to finish my
Okay.
statement. Thank you. I just want to make sure that it's clearly stated that, you know, I think the main carrot that's being dangled here in front of us is time, and time is of the essence, and time. I'm going to interpret that in two ways. Number one, thank you all for your vote of confidence that you agree that this board has done a great job and that you think that our decisions are so crucial that you want us to be the ones to make the decisions. So I take that as a compliment. So thank you very much. But the other way that I see it is that I have faith and I have confidence that whoever takes over for us once we are gone, Vice Mayor is one of those people that will continue the work that we're already doing here. I have full and complete confidence that they'll be able to make the right decisions because they'll be here for the right reasons. I have my colleague next to me who's made his put his name in the hat to run for mayor. We have other individuals in the city who are, you know, gearing up to continue what we've started here and who feel that we are, you know, we've started something that is worthy and merits continuing. And so I choose to put my faith in that, and that I know that they will make decisions that will continue the legacy that we've started here. So all that being said, I'm not worried about time. And if the RFP process removes the decision ultimately out of this particular board and its current makeup and puts it in somebody else's hand, I choose to believe that they will still make the right decision for Boynton, and time will not be a factor. If anything, time hasn't been for the 114 because it's been sitting here and it's been okay. I understand Mr. Camelier's comments about all the different circumstances that caused for that project or that property not come out of the ground. But if we've waited 10 or 20 plus years, as some individuals have stated up here, and I've heard it very distinctly said by some of my colleagues up here, what's the difference of another 6 months? So why not? So that being said, I'm not going to let time be used as a carrot to be dangled in front of me to make me rush into a decision. I'm not looking for an answer, Mr. Rob, to my comments. I'm simply making a statement, which I have the ability to do as a board member here. And that's where I stand. And so I'm rejecting this LOI again, because I feel that we do have time to properly vet each and every single offer that comes before us as a result of this RFP that will ultimately be issued. And we will have the opportunity to very thoroughly vet each and every single offer that is made. And I hope that your offer, Rob, along with Mr. Camilleri, stands true and will withstand the test of time, that when that time comes for us to partner and potentially create a project that would benefit both sides of Federal Highway, that we would have your beneficial partnership to do that in partnership with you, in conjunction with you, and not separately or not in different silos. So that ends my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask the community if they'd like to make last comments before the board makes their final comments. That way, nobody responds to our comments after we make them. And so if you haven't spoken, please come up now. If you have already spoken, please make it brief for your final comments.
That's what I was going to request, that these be limited to 3 minutes, just because everyone has already spoken.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm Tony Morrow. I live at 2611 Lake Drive North in Boynton Beach. I'll make it really, really brief. There's two things that were said, and I think that because this is what I do for a living, I think I could add some best beneficial information. Number one, Commissioner Katz made a comment about having control, better control with an RFP. Understand that that's not the way that it works. You have better control always, because at the end of the day, they put their plans into the town and the town signs off on everything that they're doing. So you never, ever lose control. And I say that both as a resident, both as a builder, and both as a developer, and also and someone that really, really feels that this is an important moment in time. The other thing that was said was about time, that time doesn't matter. And with all due respect, that is probably the biggest miss of this meeting. Time is huge. Your predecessors will not have the opportunity that you have right now. So to say that they can make the decision and they'll make a great decision, they will probably say they wish they had this opportunity 6 months from now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I did get a comment from
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Morris.
With those comments, I just want to make a couple of final comments that are real. In a neighboring city, Delray Beach, I won a competition with my company a few years ago against 26 other companies, including related. I signed personally a $76 million construction loan. We completed a $8 million, $8.5 million public garage, gave it to the city of Delray Beach. We were given a $2.5 million piece of land. So the total cost for the city was $2 million. We are in the process right now, my company in BlackRock, or a subsidiary of BlackRock, getting ready to sell that property for close to $165 million. Now, I did what I had to do. I did the same thing in Boca Raton with the Palmetto Park project. Along with Deutsche Bank, I was personally liable for $85 million along with my wife. That project has been incredibly successful. I did the same thing downtown Sarasota, Florida with Chris Brown with a project called 1350 Main. I put myself on the line for an $85 million loan with Regions Bank. We did the work, we did what we had to do. And so I think each one of those cases, as it turns out, which is what I was going to say, Mr. Grant, that all three were mid-block projects. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't get the edges. I think that's great. I'd love to. And frankly, if we got Kim Kelly's, I would want to keep it, just refurbish it and try to figure out a way to build around it and keep it. I do not want to lose that ever. I mean, it's too special. And we would do whatever we can to help that. But the only point I'm trying to make is that I have, in fact, performed 3 major projects, and one in Sarasota and 2 very close by. And we will do, I'm not suggesting I think Hyperion, I'm sure those are great people. The same thing with these other groups. But, again, keep the playing field level and fair. I mean, this is not, it's going to help you.
Thank you. And I have Chris Roberts on line 70, Heather Trace Drive. The only fair thing to do is to allow an RFP. Any other shows favoritism. Thank you. So I want to thank all of the people here in the audience, people online listening. We have a motion, we have a second. We most likely will be going through the RFP process. The main reason that I was so in favor of having the 7-acre or larger project is because it is not a apartment rental complex with retail on the bottom. That is something I do not want to see as part of this project as I am here. I would want to see office space. I would want to see condos. I would want to see a hotel. I do not want more residential because as our board member Pensurga, we are missing the boat of Class A office space that is needed. I believe that with Hyperion's offer, that is the only way we can do that because it is a combined aspect of the hotel, the residential, the retail, and the commercial. So, I look forward to seeing whatever happens. However, I don't believe anyone else can offer that, but I, could be wrong. Tara, I do want to ask, what is the main difference between the RFP and LOI? If you could sum it up real quick.
Okay, the item before you is a letter of intent, which was sent to you. You have the choice of rejecting it or accepting it. If you accept it, we will publish notice for 30 days, during which of our intent to dispose of the property. During that time, other interested parties can submit additional letters of request or proposals to purchase the property, which would be brought back to the board for your consideration. The RFP is a document that sets standards that you as a board establish of what you require to be provided by whomever is interested. So it's another notice to the public of your intent to develop your property. It has a deadline, and during the period of people preparing their proposals and submitting, and prior to your considering them, there is a cone of silence during which you do not speak to any of the proposers. That is not the case in your letter of intent, as that is a different process. Did that answer the question, or is there any questions about what I just said for any of the board members?
And so, the fun part is I think we've all spoken to the developers already. And so, the timeline that I see with the LOI is that we cannot have the meeting before the 30 days in August. So regardless, the LOI would have to be voted on in September, rather than waiting till, I guess the timeline is November. And so, the question is do those 2 months matter? For me, I think they do, because we want to move as soon as possible. And, I thank the board for hearing all comments and making the tough choices. So if there's no further comments from the public, I'll double check online. Alan, do we have any final comments?
Thank you, Board Chair Grant. I do not see any additional hands raised or questions in the queue.
All right. So all of those in favor.
Repeat the motion.
Yeah, I was doing all those in favor of rejecting the LOI from Hyperion Group.
Aye.
State so by saying aye. All those opposed, rejecting.
Nay.
Nay. So the motion passes 3-2. Now may I have item 16E removed from the table?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. So, Tara, it seems that we're going to we did not update the timelines. for this RFP? Yeah, Michael, or yeah.
Yes, Board Chair, Michael Simon, Executive Director. For the record, the item essentially sat, frozen on the table. So the only thing that I would think would change here is that a 30-day, everything just gets pushed 30 days further out, so that instead of issuing it on June 18th, we've got a shot to issue it on June 19th or 20th. So everything would just scoot out. July
23rd, you would think the Friday after?
If not before, yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I mean, the document is written. We would go through and make the date changes and subsequent to legal's approval of the changes that we made. Then we would issue it and everything would stay on course. It hasn't languished for so long that it pushes it too far out of line to what it was initially. And all of the, if you remember from the previous discussions, all of the opportunities to suggest hotel, residential, retail, office are on the table for the RFP respondents to provide. It doesn't only request a residential or workforce or anything. It allows the freedom to the respondents to come up with a project that encompasses one or more of those things for you. So it definitely doesn't limit it to just one opportunity of design.
Chair,
Yes, board member.
if I may. This would be the time to incorporate any other language or asks into the RFP if we wanted to prior to its release. So I would ask that, and either the CRA attorney or the executive director could clarify this for me. What would be a proper way to request financial feasibility or financial viability from any respondent to the RFP? This is a question that I felt like very gray on, and I don't feel a just letter that says, hey, we have this company backing us is sufficient for me, because we've been there, done that, and then that developer no longer had that letter from that big name person or entity supporting them. So what is the actual fail-proof and thing that they can provide to us? That would be an added condition of this RFP that says that they are financially viable to build the project.
Mike is going to give you some information that he found in researching that very question and just solidifying his own, thoughts on that. But just from my perspective as your attorney, and the issue is the public records issue, because obviously we want to see everything as the public body, but just as obviously and understandably, the private don't want to see everything. So there is a way to get enough information, and I think the development community recognizes that and does that regularly. But I'll let Mike give you specifics.
So to not preempt Mike, but from what I understand and kind of doing my own research on this question, because you never ask a question without having your own answer to it, I understand that there is, to protect the interest of the private sector that may not necessarily want to divulge all of their information in public record, I understand that there is a possibility that we potentially could hire a consultant that could vet each of these candidates and then tell us yes or no whether they are financially viable.
That may be possible. I would need to see the example because I'm not sure I've seen that. And my concern about it isn't a concern that it's a problem, but certain groups, whether they're private or public, once they're doing work, for instance, my company is a private company, but all the work that I do for you is public record by virtue of the fact that I'm doing it for you. So the same could apply to that group. If that has been done within the, and I haven't looked at that issue in the public records law, I'm happy to do that and we'll do that for you. But that would be my concern about that process and whether or not the public, the government, the sunshine, and the public records would attach to that process with the private company by virtue of their doing the work for you.
Okay, and couldn't it simply be that there's a caveat that that consultant would simply pass along with the documents received from the RFP respondents that this person is yes or no. It could be like a yes or no response, not necessarily that they have to show or issue documentation that would then become public record.
And again, I haven't looked at this, so I'm just speaking from the most possible conservative position, which gives you my concerns, but I want to make sure we're not a problem. If you required a private audit of the financials of proposers and they hire them and they provide you with the auditor's response, that is not, the auditor's work is not a public record. The problem, or it's not a problem, but the public records law attaches when we, as a public entity, hire a private corporation to do work for us. You can't hire someone private to do the work that you would do. So there are ways to request that and achieve that ends, I think, that would put the burden on the applicants to go through that process and submit it. But if we do that, I have a concern, having not researched it, that it could make those records public, notwithstanding that we don't want to see them. But it may be that you could request that of the proposers, but
That's one option I'd like to hear now from Tui and Mike.
Yes, Board Member Romulus, it was the intent of CRA staff to bring forward the idea and the opportunity once the RFP was released to have a third-party entity assist in the evaluation process from a sufficient, insufficient type of a response to the board. That being said, in our past RFPs, during the RFP review process, the documents that have been submitted by the respondents have not been made public during the board's deliberation until such time as a respondent was selected and the RFP process had completed. At that time, those documents become public.
Of the person selected or of all entities?
Of anyone at that point. So as long as the board is deliberating and negotiating with any and all parties that are processed in the RFP, until such time as you've made a selection and you terminate the RFP process to that point, because you picked a second and a third, but now it becomes, those documents become available to the public. But during the process, you'll remember we have, and Bonnie would send you a board view and then a public view. So in that way, it provides the respondents some level of comfort on the confidentiality issue. The other is that while there are financial documents and corporate tax returns and things that are asked for, those in the event that they become a public record request, pertinent information according to the public records law is redacted, and there's certain information that would not be available to be seen in the document that's released if such a document was released. So the confidential information that we request comes in a sealed package as part of their response because it's sensitive. So it's already identified within their response what is and what isn't that type of document. So I feel from that perspective, I feel very confident that the confidentiality won't be an issue for those that are submitting. Getting a third party, whether it's West Palm or it's Pompano or Lake Worth, there are lots of examples with cities and CRAs using third party. I believe even one was used with the town square, but I know that was a discussion. I can't remember now if a firm did. But absolutely, we would want to do that.
Okay, well, that would be a term that I would want to put on the RFP, that there is an opportunity for us to see financial information and that we would be able to protect the privacy of the respondents that provide that information.
Chair, is there a way for us to confirm that the audio is still working for the broadcast? I just got a text that said the sound cut.
My computer froze, so I can't tell you.
Board Chair Grant, this is Alan. I am hearing you just loud and clear, and everyone else as well through GoToWebinar. So I will check with John McNally. And as far as I know, everything is fine at this point on the GoToWebinar experience.
All right. So, but when you talk to John, this is like the third time my laptop is frozen. So either
Windows
is frozen. I mean, the monitor, my keyboard, mouse is moving, but that's it.
if I may just offer one point in clarification just to make sure. So we were talking about confidentiality and public records, and Mike and I were talking about two different scenarios, and I just want to be clear that you understand. So the level one is there are certain business data that we wouldn't ask for because we wouldn't want, and no business would want to give it to us and make that a public record. So when I was talking about hiring a third party to give those records over and make them public, that could be a problem. What Mike is talking about is when we decide that package of information, which he knows what he needs and has seen it before, that they do submit, you can give that to a private third party, and that nobody's worried about that becoming a public record in the first place, and they can vet it. So I just wanted to make that clear that what I was answering is, how do you make a distinction for what is the appropriate documentation to provide to demonstrate financial capability, and that there is some stuff that no business is going to want to give. And so you wouldn't want to hire an auditor to say, oh, give them that stuff, look at it, and then give us your opinion, versus what Mike is saying, which is, this is okay, everyone agrees to provide it. That remains confidential during the process. You could give that to an auditor to become public. I hope that helped and didn't confuse. I think it confused, I'm sorry.
No, it's not that it confused. It's that, and I would love to get the feedback of the developers and the multiple developers actually in the audience to just make sure that this is properly done, that we would craft an RFP that would have the language that would allow you to show your financial viability to us, but that would also allow you to maintain your discretion and your privacy without feeling like we are going all up in your business. So that's my comment. And if
I think, like if you're trying to buy a house and you're getting a mortgage, they have that loan commitment letter. And so is that something we could ask for?
Yes, there's a loan commitment letter, there's a guarantee. But the information about the financial capability is not only centered on the individual proposer's ability to borrow money or find investor money. It also includes detailed breakdowns of the cost of construction and the proposed pre-development costs. It talks about, the previous use of funding subsidies. It talks about descriptions on attempts to use local, that's your qualified contractors. You also have the capability can be demonstrated by submitting a current audited financial statement of the proposed entity, which includes a balance sheet, a 3-year statement, past income. Those are the things that would be in the confidential letter. If you were able to, you would want to receive some verification from a third-party lending institution that they are a developer or an entity that this bank has done business with before, perhaps, that has been in discussion with and is not guaranteeing to a particular project, perhaps, but they are familiar with the project that is being done, and they would provide a more direct connection to the project and the developer and the loan, rather than just we know them and they've been really great people.
Yeah,
So,
I would prefer to see the former, not just the latter. I don't want that we have a relationship and we've done business in the past. I want that we will fund and write every single penny of this project down to the last, down to the ribbon cutting.
Sure.
So that's what I'm looking for. I want that as surety, and whatever way we need to put that in the documentation, the RFP, that's what I'm looking for.
It even requires a written statement of acquiring the property and what you're going to acquire it for, and the details of that acquisition as well, not just the overall project, but a statement of acquisition.
Right. So have I clearly expressed what I'm looking for, and it can be provided within the RFP language?
Yes.
Thank you.
One other thing I wanted to address about the RFP, I think Board Member Hay mentioned it in his comments, so I just want to explain to you your options. And I think they're captured in this draft. Mike can speak to it a little bit better, but an RFP is at your discretion. So the process applies in terms of the cone of silence, the time periods, the considering them in a certain way, and setting out required elements. However, because you're a CRA and you're doing everything for the benefit of the CRA and the public benefit, your RFPs are written fairly broadly to allow for variety, especially this one where there's a lot of variables. And there's always language that says you can waive requirements. There's not, you are boxed in by the standards you say you're boxed in by. So if you say just propose and we're going to consider you, that's what you're going to do. You don't have to establish numeric systems. You don't have to do all of that. So it can be as flexible or not as you want it to be. I think Mike has heard you over the past several meetings that we've talked about this, but I just wanted to make that clear that the process, once you set the standards, you must apply them, but you have as much flexibility as you want in setting what those standards are before you issue the RFP. So I just want to make that point clear for you as you're considering this.
Chair, after this item, can we please take a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely. Oh, all right. You know, the changes that I would want on this RFP for item 13C is that it's at least 150 parking spaces, not approximately 150 parking spaces. So that it gives a little bit more definition to what approximate is, whatever we think, you know, they think. At least means that we know that there's a minimum of 150 parking spaces. For item K, I would also like to include a pre-apprenticeship program. One of the things that we saw go wrong with the town square is that the community did not necessarily have the skills required to work at a construction site. And so if the developer is able to create a pre-apprenticeship program with a local nonprofit or university or college, that way we can use the value of that program as part of our disposition of the sale of the property. Based upon the conversation that I had with Tara and Michael, is that we can use the sale or disposition of property in the CRA for items not within the CRA's comprehensive plan. However, it has to be in the public interest. Is that a correct statement, Tara?
It has, I think that your CRA plan is written broadly enough to say you are existing and doing things for the benefit of the CRA. But it has to be within the CRA district. The benefits have to be within the CRA district.
Correct.
Yeah, that's critical. And we do, it has to be based on the CRA plan, but I think there are increasing
I would
economic opportunity and such in the plan that would justify that request.
So correct. So it was in the sense is that if a developer wants the apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship program, it has to be within the CRA. One of the things that I do not see on there that I'd like to see is enhanced environmental features as part of the project. I feel that what we're trying to do for sustainability, what we're trying to do for, you know, combat climate change, this is something that I think needs to be part of the project.
When you say enhanced environmental features, you mean like green walls and stuff like that?
Whatever they think enhanced environmental features is.
Well, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
we're not just leaving that
It
open-ended.
could be,
and
you
there's
know, if they
some type
feel
of
like
guidance.
it's a solar panel on top, that would be it as enhanced. The green walls, you know, I think it's kind of standard energy efficiency appliances. I know that we have our own green building code that a project of this nature has to be part of. However, I would not want to see them just trying to get the minimum for this.
Absolutely, Chair.
Yeah.
In addition to that, asking or requesting that they become a customer of our chilled water plant, is that something that we can dictate as a requirement?
Well, we don't know if it's possible yet.
Are you saying they're too far potentially?
So the question is that.
Oh yeah, tunneling under.
Tunneling under might be an issue, and so we don't know if it can, and so it's not a requirement or consideration. We should put a part of it when we don't know if that's a possibility.
Can we at least just leave it open-ended that it could be explored or discussed?
Can explore, and I'm sorry, Board Chair.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You can.
Well, I was going to say that something like that, like the use of reclaimed water or some other, high-speed fiber optic that's not in the area, that the opportunity to discuss those types of capacities and abilities would come during the negotiation of the project once you've selected the qualified builder, because there may be limitations that we wouldn't know about, but they would absolutely be things that you would discuss. And I would imagine in any response, as they have been in the past, similar to those that have been successful for the CRA and the city, it usually grows beyond the few things that you listed in your initial RFP once you begin to start discussing all the possibilities that the developer can add to the project, that now that we're discussing it, it just starts to blossom, similar to Centennial and Ocean Breeze East or Town Square. So I think those are items that we have listed as part of the post RFP discussion for development and design, because there's city impacts and there's going to be water main upgrades and sewer upgrades that we don't know about now, but that we'd want to incorporate. So I think those types of details I would absolutely say we can do after the RFP selection.
Chair, sorry for interrupting. Keep going.
One of the other things that, we have it there, workforce housing, if applicable. I would like to put it as part of the project that TIF funding would be used for workforce housing. In the sense that when the project is built, the developer has to pay the taxing of it, and that is what's going to use to subsidize the workforce housing aspect of it. Because I do not want to see this project not have workforce housing. And
I
so
would make it a requirement if you want workforce housing, you would want to say that it's required and that the developer can propose the use of TIP funding, but not prescribe an amount, but that they are allowed to propose that, because you're going to find a variation in what's going to be asked, right? You might have somebody that's willing to risk a larger range between the market and the workforce rate, and others that might not. So we always have in here that the CRA is open to discussion on assistance and incentives, but we aren't guaranteeing any upfront so that they can stick those numbers in when they might not need it. That would be my only, I think if the board gives a vote on definitely workforce needs to be included.
Yes.
And you don't even have to put an amount, but you want workforce in there. Or you can say we want at least 100 units of workforce. It's up to you, but I think I would be a little more flexible and say we want workforce, but we're not going to prescribe exactly how many, because you may get a great proposal for office that doesn't provide a lot of residential, so you couldn't get 100, let's say. So I think it's better to be a little more open.
And so that's kind of where I do want to have workforce housing as part of the project, not a something subsequent, and that the CRA is able to help fund that through TIF for at least the 10 years, where it's kind of the CRA is able to enter into a contract for rent control on a property or sale price, or no, I'll just stick with rent control as part of a contract.
Also, would you like to specify the range of workforce, a range of area median income that you are classifying as the targeted workforce incomes for the developer then to work those numbers into the overall pro forma?
So I think it's max is 140.
It can be where you want it to be, but typically 140 is the high and 120 is the HUD high. So you can go, there's no restrictions on CRAs for assisting 140. HUD has a different restriction. So you have the flexibility to include 100 to 140% of median. The lower percentage of median income you go, the lower the rents, the higher the subsidy needed from the CRA.
And so I'd like to keep that range of from 80 to 140.
Okay.
And so that's understanding that we're asking the developers to have that mixed income capability as part of our downtown, because they're going to be next to 2-story condos a block or two away, and so this is a mixed income neighborhood regardless. We don't want to create an isolation of just this building. you know,
Fun with them.
and then also, you know, I think the CRA got it right with the 500 Ocean using the TIF funding to help build out the commercial. And so that's something also I'd want to put that out there, that the CRA has the ability to enhance commercial. Yeah, but I don't necessarily know how that can happen.
I think it's probably, if it's already written this way, Michael, kick me. But I think if you say, and we already write, the CRA has TIF available for funding. You could say, for instance, for commercial, for affordable housing, and list the items and say, so please be clear on your request for. And show it as not a negative, but as a positive. We would like to be involved and da 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 da. So I think that's in there, but I think that's the way to get to your issues with both the housing and the commercial for TIF funding and our willingness to do that.
Is that what the board would like to do, is that have the ability to have enhanced commercial through TIF funding, similar to 500 Ocean? Yes, Board Member Katz.
I don't have a problem putting in there that TIF may be made available for any purpose, really. I wouldn't want to explicitly state you will receive TIF if you do this, though. So like, I don't have a problem using TIF in any which way that we might desire. I just don't want to put it in there that they are entitled to TIF for any, like, a transactional type.
No, it's, you know, it's kind of the aspect of enhanced. I don't necessarily, Michael, can you tell me a little bit more of the discussion with 500 Ocean? I heard it was part of the TIF agreement that they had to build the office space above the first floor retail. Is that correct?
They had to, that was an item that they settled on to justify the TIF. If they didn't buy the office space like we're doing with Centennial on MLK, let's say, they didn't build it, it just became part of the formula. They removed residential units to create that space. So yes, in a sense, it offset the rents that they would have gotten for those residential units of 6,600 square feet that now went into the commercial. But there's no way, and we've had this discussion before, to equate the monetary return that we're providing them in TIF to the cost of that square footage. That's why I would prefer that you leave it as open-ended as you can with regard to your ability to negotiate exactly how you want to use that TIF. If you provide, there may be a developer that doesn't need it at all. There may be a developer that has to have it. And if you leave it open, you may come up with many different ways to assist the developer and the right developer to get even more than what you might be specifying, even as in a general, just kind of an off comment. That's just my
the problem that I had was with the Centennial management is that we had, million plus, and we still have $1 million plus in the MLK corridor, where they still had opportunity to.
They're going to use it tonight.
They're going to use it tonight.
They're going to use it tonight and more. They need more. So we had it there for that reason. We knew that we were buying the commercial in this case because they wouldn't have put commercial otherwise. So if the developer is providing the CRA with something that you want that they would not do normally and you want to pay for it, that's part of the negotiation when you find that selected builder and you say, hey, we want to put in a bunch of solar charging stations all over the place. And he goes, well, that's really expensive and it's not something that's going to benefit my overall project. And you say, hey, we'll pay for it. That's part of the agreement. In writing, you sign that you're going to provide X amount of dollars, the builder's going to install them, and you're going to pay for them over time. So all of those, we just didn't do that specific detail with the washers and the dryers and some other things. You would, I believe as a board, had hoped that the developer would say, oh, they're going to offer me some money. Great, I'll take it. But it didn't work in their model, in their pro forma world. So we could have maybe found some other things that you wanted that we could have paid for. So this time, you've talked about, increased open spaces and multimodal ideas and all kinds of really cool things. Once you begin to start negotiate what those cooler things are, you may find that the developer is going to provide 6 things and you really want these last 2 and you'll pay for them. But you couldn't know that until all the proposals come in and you start to see where the developers have read what you asked for. They've met with the city. That's another requirement in the RFP.
saw that.
You have to go to the city because if you propose something that doesn't fit within the city code and looks really great, we don't want that proposal to have not been vetted by, otherwise you now maybe select that and you find out all the other people could be built and they can't, and now you have everybody walking away upset.
Yeah.
So I think you've done a really, really good job over a long period of vetting down what the community wants, what I think you all want, and I applaud your taking time to write this thing the way you have, and I think you're going to get some really good responses with a lot of detail that you're going to be able to go through and say, these 5 people met kind of all those requirements and these 3 didn't, and of those 5, man, some people really hit it out of the park. And then you begin to start digging a little deeper into who's providing you a better financial scenario than someone else, who's providing better mix of incomes, or however it is that you like what you see. That's the ability that you'll have that I believe the RFP provides you.
And certainly when they're presented to you and presentations are made, you can ask specific questions about that and their willingness to accept additional components that are funded by the CRA.
Absolutely.
During that phase of the process.
After we select somebody. Okay.
Absolutely. During the presentation period, you'll have.
Before, when you're considering each of the proposers after they've been received and you're voting to accept one, you can ask each of the proposers based on whatever they proposed. We'd like to see this element. It wasn't included in yours. Would you be willing to include it if the CRA funded it? That's a very legitimate question to ask during that question and answer period, during the consideration of the respondents.
And I think during the presentations, I think that we can ask for not just the presentation that they want to provide the board, but we can ask the presenters and the presentation to include the elements that you have asked for. Like, they can throw in some other stuff, but all those presentations just can't be what the developer would like to show you about their project. But they must provide a presentation that shows you the checklist that we've identified for you as staff as being met. And then whatever else they want, what other flowers, that you'll be able to see exactly where they've checked their own box in that presentation, because that's an opportunity for them to show the board. We're an equity partner, right? We're a partner in this project, that they understand what you want. Here's what we've provided, and here's some extra things too that you didn't ask for. So I think that we can tighten up the presentation. I think that would be very helpful to the board and to those reviewing it, no question.
And then I do think we need to change the language regarding adjacent property owners because of the negotiating with 500 Ocean Properties that the CRA is doing.
Well, I would, you're not 100% yet there, but you could even include the potential for including the 515. We don't have a contract. We could get approval perhaps from the lawyers between now and the release that they'll let you include, even though you don't have a signed contract, that they're including their willingness to participate, contingent on a bunch of stuff. But that then the image that goes out to the developer will include the opportunity to tell you what they would do with it.
I mean, I want the RFP to tell us what they would do with, the full block, or, what they can.
You have 2 options then. You have the option of what the CRA can control, and then an option with them taking a larger piece with help from us.
And
Okay.
so, especially since, who's that cell phone? Is that you, Tara? Is that you? Not me. It sounds like you, Ms. Vice Chair. So what I was say is that including, properties the CRA is in negotiation with. So if we, because whatever properties we are negotiating with, it has to be in the public, because, until tonight, we were not negotiating for 500 Ocean Properties.
Yes, sir.
So I would want to make sure that is included, that the developers can talk about that. However, if, for example, the Chevron station, we're not in negotiations with that, and that, unless they have a contract for that, it doesn't work. I think that's kind of it.
Okay. With regard to the AMI, I need some clarification from you on whether we're using the HUD, Palm Beach County definition of AMI or the Boynton Beach AMI.
Boynton Beach.
Boynton Beach.
Yes.
Let's just make that like standard. Can we do that?
If the board votes on it, you absolutely can.
No, I mean, just
Oh.
moving forward, like,
Yeah.
is that an ordinance that we have to put in place? Like, can we just make that
We
standard?
don't make ordinance here,
Can't do that?
No.
Okay,
but we can let the staff know that that's what we think.
okay. That's what I think
Got
moving
it.
forward.
We got it.
So,
That's perfect. That's great. That's very important because those numbers will be used in their calculations.
so
Thanks.
it's item 13F, consideration and incorporation of adjacent properties into overall project by providing evidence of site control or contractual commitment or,
Properties, the properties we were talking about.
so inclusion of the CRA properties.
Yep, we got it.
Yeah. So I think that's. All right. So is there any other comments from the board? Any other comments from the public? I do want to finalize the dates so that it is no longer June 8th. So I think, so for a proposed schedule, the RFQ approval by CRA board would happen today, July 13th, 2021. The issue date would be similar in the sense of July 23rd, 2021. That the voluntary pre-submission meeting would be August 19th, 2021. And so this is kind of where I skipped, moved up ahead of the question submission deadline or question request for clarification deadline of September 30th. And then submission deadline of October 19th. And so would you still need that extra month? And so we would hear the presentation to the CRA advisory board in December.
Yes, board chair, if the board would like to seek outside counsel in terms of vetting the data, I think we would need to give them at least some time.
Yes, which
At
is
least
what,
the 30 days. That's what was intended from the first dates that staff had recommended.
And who do we have that's?
we would be presenting the information to you because there's a bid process to do that and it's a procurement. So we would solicit that information during the time that the RFP is out and you would make a decision prior to that.
Hold on. So we have another RFP process.
No, it's just an internal
It's a
procurement
three
bid.
quotes. It's a
Just
written
three
quote for
quote.
the city's requirement. If
So it's not over $25,000.
I don't think it would be. but
Okay.
I don't
So
know.
so it's not an RFP. However, it is.
Oh,
34,999 under 35,000
Okay. That's the new number.
for non-construction.
Okay. And so we would get 3 different firms that can vet the presentations, and they would be the one creating a scoring rubric.
They can give you examples of what and how they would look at the financial feasibility and financial requirements of these type of proposals. There are groups that do that.
Would they create a ranking of them?
It could provide that for you in the evaluation. And in some cases, depending on your scope of work for them, they can also provide services for helping you negotiate a contract also. So we can give you examples of their work if we need to from other properties.
Okay.
For other jurisdiction.
And so then we would do, what is that?
Have that before, for you to look at the firms, the names.
Right. And so then it would be December 2nd would be the presentation to the CRA advisory board. December 14th to the presentation proposals to the CRA board. And then you're talking March 8th, the election day.
We don't have a board meeting that day.
So,
Have to pick another date.
and so,
Just shift it to the Wednesday after.
good.
And you could include that in the RFP.
And so, I mean, and so that would be the March 9th meeting. And if the CRA board and the one selected is not able to come up with a purchase and sale agreement, they would have a new CRA board to deal with.
Correct.
Okay. And the CRA board's okay with that. All right.
If I may, Board Chair, the date that you had pulled out for the submission was October 19th. Twee had put down in her notes October 28th. Since the meeting, it's going to skip the November meeting anyway. It provides an extra week for the respondents to put their package together. It doesn't speed up your review. So that's why we leaned it. Maybe
yeah. No, I was.
We'll be in Pirates on that week, so maybe the Tuesday or Wednesday of that week.
No, and that's kind of where if we had it, submitted to the October 19th and we didn't have a third party reviewing the financials, I believe we could keep the original timeline of November 4th and November 9th. And then the purchase and development agreement February 8th, which gives us an extra month for the CRA board to determine. But if you guys want to roll the dice of coming up with a final contract to approve after the election, yeah, you're more than welcome to go ahead with that.
I mean, my ideal scenario is obviously that we're here to vote on it. So if we can massage these numbers before us, had we started a month ago, this would be moot. But yeah, ideally, if we can have that prior to the turn.
You can always schedule a special meeting that's not on your regular schedule to consider the proposals at your discretion.
I would be in favor of that, being that RFP discussions usually take quite a while anyway, and sometimes may not even happen in one meeting.
So let's keep the 19th. October 19th is fine.
So that being said, if that's October 19th, can we
go to the crab in November?
Yeah, we do. So it would still be in, how about this? Can we give it to the crab without the financials on November 4th? And then we can get the financials.
You can have them rank. Their assignment can be to review the project in any way you deem fit, whether it's the elements they're providing or their capacity. You can pick what they review.
And there's a 5th Tuesday in November where that means we could be open for a special meeting to review it on November 30th, which gives us an extra meeting in December to discuss. And I think that would, because at the November 30th meeting is when we would be selecting the winner.
Represents you in the first meeting in November, and then you'll have another meeting in November to kind of go back to that. So that's great.
So they'll present to the crab board on November 4th without the third party. And so based upon not necessarily financials, but based on design, and that on the November 30th meeting, we will have the financial report.
The overall impact, the overall benefits of the project. That's what they could be looking at.
And that we can then discuss anything on December 14th to helpfully narrow the purchase and sale agreement to get it done on February 8th. Okay.
You'll have definitely a good skeleton of a contract for that to continue negotiation, for sure. It may not be signed, but you'll have a very good direction for the next commission or board to continue.
Okay. So I believe I did open it up to the public. I don't have the go-to webinar. Alan, is there anybody raising their hands or asking a question?
Board Chair Grant, there are no raised hands or questions in the GoToWebinar queue at this time.
All right. Okay. Then I'll ask for a motion to approve the RFP as amended. And I guess I would like the staff to help, if you could read us your notes of the amendments that we created. It would be 20th, yes.
You could, otherwise I was going to say we could have a special meeting and present those changes to you for your final blessing to then go out on the 23rd.
Does that delay the timeline?
No, it doesn't delay anything.
I think I can, want me to give it a shot?
Okay, go ahead, Tara. Give it a shot.
It's late. Let's see how good it can be. Okay, motion to approve the RFP as amended to ensure financials are provided that can be vetted by an independent auditor. Change item 32C to at least 150. Item K, include pre-apprenticeship program. Change and make a requirement of the project workforce housing with an area median income, Boynton's area median income of 80 to 140. Make clear TIF is available for inclusion for a project. Make clear that make a clarification to the RFP regarding including properties other than the CRA to identify those that may be under negotiation with the CRA, and amend the dates as discussed. Oh, and to include enhanced environmental features. I did pretty good.
Yes, and like you mentioned, solar charging stations or electric vehicle charging stations, I would definitely concede as enhanced environmental design.
So moved. Thank you, Tara.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
All right.
Great discussion.
Motion to recess? Or would you rather
I mean, I
share this item first?
to move forward with item H and remove that from the table. So moved.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Discussion and consideration of letter of intent from the Barber Family Companies LLC for CRA-owned property located at 211 East Ocean Avenue.
Good morning, board.
Evening.
Anthony Barber, 1920 South Federal Highway, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33435. I'd first like to thank my my assistant, my son, who's 4 years old and hasn't made a peep, and he's done really, really good through this whole thing. And that's I submitted a letter to the CRA board right before I elected to resign, and I'm glad that we're going to RFP because I was getting ready to start up the grill to run for to get my campaign juices going because I was feeling something back there. I'm glad that we're going to RFP because it just opens it up. Good competition is good competition. I submitted a letter on the Magnuson House for an idea that I had based on a project that I'm currently involved in West Palm Beach. Troy's Barbecue is expanding from Boynton Beach, where we're going to celebrate 25 years on Sunday, to West Palm Beach. We expanded into Boca, and Boca ate us alive, and we departed Boca peacefully. But we're going to expand into West Palm Beach, hopefully August the 20th, with a concept that I'd like to bring into Boynton on Ocean Avenue, not as a barbecue concept, but as another restaurant concept. From what I gathered from the information from conversations that I had with Assistant Director Twee, and who I just discovered, one of my good friends, Mike Simon, is leaving. without a beard. The project kind of in previous times ballooned a great deal. So I have development partners that who own 20 plus restaurants throughout Palm Beach and Broward and Dade County, who have agreed to partner with me to create a concept here that we'll just title the Magnuson, which is basically modeled out of shipping containers with all outdoor seating and all outdoor cooking apparatuses and things like that. So we would model our kitchen with shipping containers. We would model our restrooms with shipping containers, which makes it for a turn based on my contractor's timeline of next July. So if so moved it, so we started tomorrow, I could have something open next July, 12-month turnaround for repairs and build out. It would all be a self-funded project. What I would be looking for from the CRA would be some type of purchase agreement where the CRA would get first right of refusal on any sale and something along those lines, and or assistance and funding if we can't come to an agreement on the terms of a sale. Any questions?
So when you say self-funded, you're saying you'll pay appraisal value of the property?
I hope not.
So that's what you mean by self-funded. Otherwise,
Well, what I meant by self-funded was the CRA has lots of grant programs and grant opportunities for building and signage and interior build out, exterior build out. I wasn't looking to ask the CRA to give me this property and build the property. I was looking for the CRA to make an agreement or enter into discussions with the CRA to come up with an agreement that works for both sides. And I think the thing that could work for both sides is that the company, the Barber Family Companies LLC, provides the funding for the redevelopment of the property as long as the purchase of the property was in scale to the redevelopment. So more or less the CRA ends up kind of spending the same amount of money from our projections either way. There's some CRA has some skin in the game, but there's a redevelopment aspect to it as well.
And where would the people be parking?
So as it stands right now, there's I think Commissioner Hay mentioned it very eloquently where he stated that eventually we'll get a parking garage somewhere. And so I try to enter into a parking agreement with the city in the long term, but in the short term, we would use the lots that are available to the city at the old school, the schoolhouse museum, the old high school, as well as the lots that are to the west of 211, not the parking lots. So land lease agreements with those empty spaces for parking, as well as the city's parking lots that are to the west of First Street or Avenue. I can't think of street.
So, okay. But, you know, a lot of that parking with the city is that the city doesn't own those garages.
The Magnuson House as part of the sale to the city of the property at the corner of First and First, Northeast First and First, where the fire station is.
Yeah.
We had a parking lot, as you know, that had about 58 spaces. And when the shovel-ready project was approved, 36 or 38 spaces were attached to that development. The city is not necessarily carrying exactly that many spots, but the CRA is getting 100 spots within the garage. And those spots would be dedicated to development of 211 because we didn't want to give away the property because that lot was the development, the parking for any development in the block. So while we gave them the land for free, we had to keep some parking.
So there is
parking available.
There's technically
There's a
parking
connection.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Board Chair,
Yes.
after speaking with the city's development staff, there are some new regulations for redevelopment of properties that would encourage redevelopment. That the numbers of required parking spaces may be reduced. The city staff did mention that they would be open to reviewing a plan of some sort. It's really a business decision on Mr. Barber's part as to how much he can accommodate on his lot, but he really would need to submit some more finite layouts so that the city staff can review it. So there are some options that could be reduced more, but it's really a business management decision as to how many people you want to be able to service on that property.
Correct. So my intent, what I should have just written a letter of interest, and I just that one word just kind of got me held up just a tad bit. However, is more or less to just ask for the CRA board's approval to enter into discussions to consider the overall project, which would just give me the blessing to move forward to start spending money.
Okay.
There's no promises made. It's just simply, do you think it's a good idea, in my opinion,
All right.
or not?
Okay. And, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, the shipping containers in downtown is not necessarily what I think is a good idea. You know, we're talking about all of this other high-end developments that are coming. I don't think the shipping containers on Ocean Avenue is necessarily the best fit. We already have a vacant restaurant on Ocean Avenue and 4th Street. And so we kind of, you know, restaurants is a very difficult business. And you mentioned that Boca was not necessarily the best location. And so that's kind of where I look to the property to the north. And that property owner has 9 out of the 10 condos units. And that means there's 3 property owners for that block. And so I would want to, you know, before moving forward with your project, make sure that that is an impossibility to have a mixed-use project there, if that makes sense, because I feel the mixed-use project where you have multiple housing and commercial on that corner would add more property tax value to the city. However, that's my opinion. You know, the board may have a different one, and so I'll let them speak now. Yes, Board Member Katz.
So I'm open to exploring this idea, if only because previous attempts to consolidate those lots didn't bear any fruit, and if any evidence or contracts or agreements can be brought forward, you know, that's great, and I'm open-minded to that. But as far as a horizon for that occurring, I haven't seen anything that makes me believe that the consolidation and redevelopment of that property, that hypothetical property, is going to happen in any number of years. So the way I look at it is this: we've had this property forever. It has been worthless. It's literally been a yellow house with some grass and dirt like that. It's been designated quote unquote historic, but it is not historic. The story that was conveyed to me was that it was designated historic locally here in Boynton Beach to make it eligible for grants for historic restoration or preservation. So we've been trapped in this fake narrative that this is a historic building, and we either have to move it or preserve it. We can't knock it down. If we knock it down, we're destroying history. But it needs to be something, and in a short period of time, whether that's a couple years or longer, if the adjacent property owners can't enter into an agreement and demonstrate an ability to make it into a mixed use project, which is ideal and the desired outcome over time, I want something to happen there. If it's not going to burn down, I want it to be used for some purposes. We've been here for 6 years, and it's been an abandoned, dirty house for 6 years. I just want to see something happen in between now and whenever that hypothetical mixed use project, which would require a lot more lift, takes place.
You could, in light of the future vision that I think is very well outlined in the CRA plan, which is a larger scale project of some kind, ideally, in the short term, you could entertain, if you so desired, some type of a lease of the property to activate it in this way that could easily be incorporated into a larger project as a business. Maybe the restaurant folds the containers away and moves into some space that's developed on the first floor of a mixed-use project. But in the meantime, as you say, it might be 2 years, it might be 8 years before that happens. you don't have to lose control of the land. You know, you don't have to sell it. You don't have to give up ownership. You could just essentially lease with other valuations and assistance that you felt was necessary, if any. But I just wanted to say that so you're not locked into either selling it or not doing anything with it. So that's just an option.
All right, and I do know that we have adjacent property owner that would like to speak. So I'll ask the board if they want to still have it open to public comments or make your comments first.
My comments are brief.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So I actually was thinking along the same lines as Mr. Simon. This does not have to be a either or situation. Because my assumption, Mr. Barber, was since you proposed shipping containers, that this would be temporary. Would that be a correct assumption?
So my initial idea from what we've been discussing with certain engineers is that we would design the exterior of the shipping containers to fold into the exterior or sidage of the Magnuson house so that it looks consistent. Because of its historic designation, it virtually makes it impossible to, in a sense, to do what we're going to do on the corner of Ocean and Federal to a certain degree. I mean, nothing is impossible, but because of its designation, it kind of makes it very, very challenging from my understanding. So the shipping containers are not permanent. You strap them to the ground, and then when you're done, you strap them back up and they go on about their way.
So, my position is somebody should use the space until such time there is another redevelopment project at hand. But until then, why leave it sitting there doing nothing? So I support that. And this is something where we can accommodate multiple parties here.
Yes.
I'd just like to make a check mark also that I agree with the concept that Mike Simon just came up with. Now, you having a bad experience in Boca Raton, was that just location?
That had to do with the fact that Federal Highway and Dixie Highway and Glades Road is not a well-traveled area for Boca residents. And I learned that the hard way. Okay. We were donating food. Through the pandemic, Troy's Barbecue in accompaniment with H3, we donated over 500,000 meals. And one of those moments that we donated meals was at Meisner Park. And some residents of Meisner Park came down while we were outside cooking, and they basically stated that, where are you located? And if you know where Federal and Glades is, or Dixie and Glades, you know that Meisner is literally a stone's throw away. So the idea that you live at Meisner but have no idea where this restaurant is that's literally 0.3 miles away from you told me all I needed to know about where I was at.
Very good. I'm all for it.
They couldn't even follow the smoke.
At least, again, as already been stated, we need to have some activity there, and this would be a good marriage as I see it right now.
Board Member Romulus.
Well, from what I'm hearing, it wouldn't be a marriage, it would be a situationship, but.
Thing is it people call
thing.
People
Oh, it's a
call it
thing.
that?
It's a thing. Anyway, so when you said that Boca ate you alive, I thought you meant literally, but now I realize it was the other way. But it would have been good if they did eat you alive too. That would have been really good. Clearly, because that's his business you're in. You're in the business of people eating. But to make my point, my point is that
Getting late.
No. It takes me time to formulate my words, but my point is I commend you for making this offer to us because this property has been vacant and sat vacant for years. And if anything, I don't like the 50-50, let's meet in the middle, let's let him lease it. I want him to own it outright, period, point blank. Because I think this is one of our businesses in the local community that, are you putting me on a timer?
No, I'm taking the time on.
Oh, okay, just checking.
9:30.
Thank you very much. So you have been a local success story that I think is exemplary of what a Boynton Beach business has the capability of doing. You know what? Screw Boca. They didn't want you. They didn't deserve you. Okay. So you are here. You want to be here and you want to expand and create more jobs in the city. I say kudos to you. And I don't want where we're just creating another box that's going to be another, you know, no, it's going to be another, you know, mixed use product or whatever. I want something funky and unique and different, because that's what Ocean Avenue has to be in order for it to become the vibrant downtown that we want it to be. We can't just create a bunch of mixed use properties all up and down Ocean Ave and think that that's what's going to make us viable. So I think we should go all the way with his project. But if it seems that the rest of the majority wants to kind of do this whole lease thing, then fine. But I would say that just like we are bending over backwards to make concessions to allow for Hurricane Alley to stay where they are, when it comes time for this property to be redeveloped, I want us to do the same thing for Troy's Barbecue, to bend over backwards to help him stay where he is if we're going to go down this path of letting him lease the property. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. One last thing, because we're on the record. My stepfather, Troy Davis, had an awesome business that he sat in for 19 years, day in and day out. What you see now as Troy's Barbecue was a lot of quiet conversations between the two of us, and a lot of lifting with him throwing his hands up. So I'm a former participant of the Boynton Beach Bulldogs. I'm a former participant of the first ever summer camp held at the Ezel Hester Center. So I'm a former employee of John McNally. When it comes to anything that looks like Boynton, you could just take a picture of me. I love Boynton. My dad, my biological father says, I'm the Boynton boy, you know, because I believe in Boynton just as much as anyone else. Now, I won't, you know, put my hat in the ring for a political office because I like privacy more than, you know, certain things, but.
Amen to that.
But I want you all to feel confident that just as well as I've hired Boynton employees first, I'll continue to do the same thing. Commissioner Romlish, you made a great point after Ms. Nicklin spoke about the grant funding. We were a recipient of that grant funding, and it was like right on time. And I'll give you a stark contrast. Like Boynton is always like standing up for Boynton in a sense. Like you'll get a call about, you know, Ms. Nicklin will call me and say, hey, did you see that we're offering this? I want you to go on and read it, you know, and figure it out. Or Mr. Hussein will call me 2 times to make sure that I get my paperwork in for an event that they're going to do. Or I just get calls. I get calls from Boynton. Or Mayor Grant will approach me at the 4th of July and ask for a pork sandwich indirectly, you know, say, where's the pork sandwich? You don't have any pulled pork? You know, so my point is that considering this idea of someone that owns a business in Boynton to continue another business in Boynton is a win for Boynton. That's really it.
Absolutely.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, you got a tough sell.
Good evening. Uh-oh, am I going to be put on the timer?
No.
Brian Fitzpatrick, 409 Northeast First Street, I suppose. You know, I have a tremendous amount of respect for
Into the microphone, please.
Barber and Davis families for their contribution to the community. You know, a little bit of background history here. I mean, I have been working 35 years to assemble the parcel to the north of 211 Oast Avenue, East Ocean Avenue. I did submit an LOI. I don't know if you all have seen it. I had subsequently withdrawn it only because, not because my interest in any way had diminished, but I felt the importance of that block. It would behoove me to get some professional representation to bring a professional LOI before you. That said, you know, with the current interest in that property, I'd just like to read, you know, I want to address a couple of points. I hear, you know, there is a concern about a lack of, you know, a partnership or agreement with adjacent property owners. I mean, I mean, I want to assure you, A, you are not going to find a more willing, flexible individual to do business with. What I envision here is, a private public partnership where the city could retain equity. I mean, I'm compromising is, if we're going to achieve something truly great and we have the ability to turn that block into the crown jewel. I mean, sure, we've had some disappointments with Town Square. And I think what I'm asking for you, A, is to select option 3, and reject the current LOI. And in doing that, one of the primary hindrances to developing that block right now is that structure on 211, and I'm not, no disrespect to the Magnuson family, to their memory, to the, as I said previously, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the accomplishments of the Barber and the Davis families. However, that site is far too important for the future of the city to keep that structure on it. Move that structure. I'm not saying demolish it, but put it somewhere temporarily. And I've identified a local project that is very similar to what the land that we have here in that block. And that's down at the Capsian Apartments. It's more Capsian project in Delray Beach, where they have an alley that we could capitalize on. I mean, you're talking potentially $100 million project. If that at all interests you, and the possibility of the city having equity in that. I am not asking you to sure, it'd be great for you to sell me that property at 211, but I think there's far more benefits to be derived by a partnership with you, the city of Boynton Beach, and the CRA, where you guys retain equity in this. The options are endless. And, hey, we've got a vacant restaurant on East Ocean Avenue. Perhaps we could fit some shipping containers over there. But I'm fine, with my business model as it is. I could, like Mr. Roy was here earlier tonight, I could do what I do for the next 100 years. Of course, my family on down the chain of command. But what I'm offering you is the possibility of creating something truly great. What we have to do, we got to get rid of that house, number one. And that will pave the way for development on Ocean Avenue, on that parcel. I have recently reached out to the Dagner family. I mean, if you want, I'll read an email from them. I've got a very positive response, a real willingness to meet and work this out,
So Brian, I think, I can read the room, and, we're most likely going to be issuing that, accepting the LOI to move forward with disposing it within 60 days, which gives you the opportunity to speak out with the Dagner family to get us some sort of deal. If you need to get that 10th property.
Well, another thing I want
to finish.
Yeah.
And really not give us, because we're not going to be sold on possibilities. We want to be sold on realities. And so Mr. Barber sold us on a reality of doing what we can with what we have. And so that's kind of what the board, what you've heard today, is that we don't want to be sold on possibilities. We want to be sold on realities. So I'm letting you know that we need to have the reality if you're trying to get a mixed use project, not the possibility.
Okay. Well, 2 more realities I want to leave you with. I mean, just parting. A, we're not talking about what the reality is. We had a previous project that was going to go into 11, and they put a considerable amount of time into drawing up what this new exciting building was going to, not a new exciting, renovated structure, so that's the reality of a potential, continued use of that building. B, another issue that we haven't dealt with yet is that when you, the CRA, built, I'm assuming it was you, built the parking lot on the Northeast First Street that now is the new fire department and energy plant. You took my access from 211, or not 211, Northeast Second Street, okay? This is something, at the time, I accepted it. I accepted it with the understanding that there was going to be either a partnership or that I eventually would acquire that. But we haven't dealt with that access issue. So it's going to be a potential problem. And this isn't a threat. I'm sure all of you know me as being a very flexible individual. I've been in this committed to this city for decades. But if another business were to occupy 211, it's going to be tied up in litigation until we resolve that access issue. There is an undeveloped alley on the north side of 211 that borders the two properties. So, however that works out, whether you give me that alley in exchange for my access that you took from me on Northeast Second Street, anything's a possibility, but it's not a clear case of, there's going to be an issue. Anyhow, it's just something to consider, and I just wanted to leave that with you. But I thank you for your time, and as always, I'm only a phone call away.
Chair,
Yes, Board Member Pensurga, followed by Vice Chair.
I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Fitzpatrick or staff. Mr. Fitzpatrick, my understanding from what Mr. Barber said is that his use of this space would be temporary, hence the shipping containers. Does that in any way prevent you from still moving forward and putting together a plan for the area? Does that stop you if its use is only temporary? Could you just keep moving forward anyways?
Probably not, only because he's going to exert a considerable amount of time and expense in making that a usable structure. Right now, it's just a rodent-infested, decaying, how many year old house? But
102.
What's that?
102.
102. Okay. Hey, that could have been the reason why, Shovel Ready never put the shovel in the ground. But, going back to, you remember back, God, how many years ago was it when Nancy Graham came to town and she demolished the south side of Ocean Avenue, and that sat vacant for how many years? My point is, I have good viable structures that, once again, I could just continue my business model for the next 100 years. But, one of the primary things, the reasons for your existence as the CRA is what? The elimination of slum and blight, and really is that, hey, do what you want with 211, but is that really what you want for that block? Right now it looks like City Hall is in excess, no disrespect, but it's like, hey, what happened? We have the opportunity to create something truly great right here, but you need to be willing to put the shovel in the ground is moving that house. Then you have a vacant southern part of that parcel on the south side of that alley. That opens the way for development.
Vice Chair.
I'm ready to make a motion that we accept option one, which states that we should entertain the LOI and issue a 30-day public notice to dispose of the property during which time any member of the development public may also submit a LOI for our consideration. Under this option, if the board does not receive a more favorable LOI, okay, it could decide to enter into discussion and negotiation with the Barber Family Companies LLC for purposes of developing the property as described in the LOI. That's my motion.
Okay. Tara, are we able to have the 30 days within the August, no, the August meeting is on the 10th, not the 17th. So, you know, the first time that we can hear this would be September 14th. I kindly request that we amend it to 45 days instead of 30.
Okay.
Because it's just to give up other properties, because they kind of do tend to come in the last second. And that way we'll give any sort of developers or interested persons.
I would just check with staff on whether or not that would give sufficient time for the board agenda deadline for that meeting.
I think it should still be 30 days and then it just comes before us at the September meeting.
And so what happens if someone submits something after 30 days?
It would come before you at the September meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so I think the Wednesday, September 1st is the Wednesday before, and that is the deadline to submit something for the agenda, correct?
You're looking at the wrong person. I'm looking at the right person. Bonnie, do you know the answer to that? I see them calculating in their head.
The submission deadline for the September 14th meeting would be the 8th of September.
Okay.
The Wednesday prior to the meeting.
Okay. And so.
And just for the record, in this circumstance, this is not an RFP. So the law requires you to publish notice for 30 days. It does not require you to stop accepting letters of intent. So my recommendation is to just publish the notice for 30 days, and you can continue to receive responses or comments up until the board agenda deadline for the September meeting.
Okay.
And after.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any?
Second, who's second?
Board Member Romulus.
Oh, okay.
And seeing no further comments, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
And thank you, young man, for your wonderful behavior.
Amazing. Amazing behavior.
Oh.
So what are they clapping for?
It's almost 10. So it's been 4 hours. We're gonna take a 5-minute break to rest our legs. We'll come back at 9:55.
I'll knock and let me go.
Can I do it?
For which one? No, that's not how it happens. It always catches up. Always catches up. All right. Alan, can you restart? Hello, Alan?
Is he still awake?
Did he
Yes,
take?
Board Chair Grant, the meeting has, or the recording has resumed now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going back to item 16A, consideration discussion of fiscal year 2021-2022 project fund budget.
Good evening, Board Chair, board members, Vicki Hill, CRA Finance Director. It's so nice to see you guys, all healthy. It's been a rough one. So we're going to jump right in. We're going to do this as a two-part. I'm going to do the first, and Michael is going to do the second part for the project fund. So we're looking at our TIF, which is what we're going to budget this year is 15.8 million. And it's up by approximately 949,000 from last year. For the marina, we put in $1 million. We have a fund balance surplus of 100,000, which is what we're going to have. 16.9 million is what we are going to budget. We have our debt service, which is 2.1 million. We took out 18% for the agency operating, insurance, administrative, property maintenance, and things of that nature. So that's 2.8. Expenses at the marina, we give it a wash of another $1 million for expenses. And then we have our DIFA payments. We received the spreadsheet that we get from the property appraiser's office. And what you have before you is everything if they're in compliance, and that's what they will be given, which will leave us with a remaining fund balance for our project allocation of 6.2 million. And Mr. Simon will take it from there if there are no questions.
No questions, Chair and Board.
Yes.
May I just request that I think we still have some members of the public that are here. Can we do whatever we can do to just move their items up, just get them out? Because I don't want to have them be here till 11 because we might still be here.
All right. So.
Because I think it's item G. Is there properties? Is that what they're
Vicky,
here
I appreciate it.
for? I'm sorry, Vicky. I don't mean to.
So I'll ask members of the audience that are here to please come up to the podium and state your item. Don't all come at once.
Hey, take it or leave it, or else we're moving on with the agenda. There you go.
Hi, Stuart. Stuart Allville, Standing Ovations LLC. Item number C. Okay. From new business would be great.
All right. So thank you. Consideration of award and contract for proposals to the request for proposals for event management service for the Boynton Beach Haunted Pirate Fest and Mermaid Splash.
Hello again, Board. Mercedes Coppin, Business Promotions and Events Manager. So over the years, the CRA has contracted with a professional event management firm to assist with the planning and executing of the agency's signature event, the Boynton Beach Haunted Pirate Fest and Mermaid Splash. The contract event management firm assists staff with overall planning of the event. The professional services include logistics management, procurement of rentals and services, vendor and volunteer management, supportive staff, and day of coordination. In accordance with the CRA procurement policy, an RFP for event management services was advertised in June, and we did receive 2 proposals from Standing Ovations LLC and 203 Productions LLC. Both proposals have been provided as attachments 2 and 3 in the backup. And we have also provided a printed copy of the staff sufficiency review and evaluation results. But those can also be found on attachment 4 if desired. For the selection criteria, staff evaluated demonstrated experience and quality of work samples, quality of approach to providing services, organizational capacity, proposed cost and fee schedule, and if the respondent was a local business. The final cumulative scores were 383 for Standing Ovations LLC and 173 for 203 Productions LLC. The high score for Standing Ovations was a result of their experience with working with government agencies, the quality of their work, organizational capacity, and program development and enhancement. For those reasons, and for their previous working history with the agency, staff recommends that the board award the bid to Standing Ovations and direct staff to commence contract negotiations. As time is of the essence, as Pirate Fest is just over 3 months away.
So moved.
Second.
This is to accept the recommendation of the CRA.
Yes.
for Standing Ovations LLC.
All right. We have a first and second. Is there anyone would like to make comments on that? Seeing none. Nope, we got his hand raised. Cassidy Kopois.
Hi,
Cassidy.
yes. Can everyone hear me? I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Hi, yes. My name is Cassidy. I'm here on behalf of 203 Productions. My colleagues John and Juan are in the audience. We were wondering if you could please go over the awarding of the scores, as it was our understanding that these points were awarded to a total of 100 points. And seeing the cumulative scores, that doesn't add up. So we were wondering if you could please provide some clarification on that. And I believe my colleague John would like to ask a few questions as well. Thank you all for your time.
To answer your question, there were 4 scores of 100. Each reviewer had a score of 100, and that I believe that's the reason why, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if your colleagues are in the audience and have a question, now would be the time.
Hello, everyone. John Libery, President.
Turn your mic on. The green light.
It is on.
Okay.
John Libery, President and Executive Producer of 203 Productions. I also live in Boynton Beach and the company runs out of Boynton Beach at 702 Buttonwood Lane, Boynton Beach, Florida, of course.
Juan Zafra, partner. And thank you guys, number one, for seeing us today and giving us this opportunity. Mercedes, I know you had a difficult job categorizing 2 companies. We do ask for the opportunity. I know that maybe the other company has had experience with working with a city before and stuff. Maybe we don't have that sitting right there in the presentation we offered you guys, but we are asking for the opportunity to let a company that has a lot of experience doing events of this nature, and especially with all the renovations that have occurred, we want an opportunity to bring our flair, our experience, our taste, and what we have envisioned with all the changes that you guys have made, and maybe just give us an opportunity to bring something new, exciting, and something that's also coming from a resident that comes from Boynton Beach, who's actually been a guest at the actual event itself.
We'd like to use our history from major events such as the US Open, tennis tournaments, College Bowl Championship, and the Super Bowl to take a new perspective on the event and use all this beautiful facilities that you guys have built to really encompass this area in the festival more than just what's been done in the previous years and rinse and repeat anything or everything that's been done in the past. Really want it to be to show all the developments and changes that are happening to our town.
All right. Thank you. So one of the issues that we have is the funding that's required. You are vastly different than Standing Ovations.
Understood. We are willing to change.
Well, that's kind of the issue is that hopefully we will be doing it again this next year. And like, is this the first time you've applied?
So actually, I started in 2016 before Mercedes.
I'm asking, is this the first time you applied for the CRA's Haunted Pirate Fest?
Through RFP, correct? But I have spoken with, I can't remember his name, who was prior, and he was going to hire me without an RFP.
I understand.
All fell through, but correct. This is the first time an actual RFP has been submitted.
So what I would like to do is that it's not necessarily comparison. We want to go over with you what exactly you may want to improve on your next RFP issue. And we really appreciate you coming here and staying, spending the time. But it wasn't, there's needs improvement on your application. And so based upon the application, all the information that we have, I believe the board is going to go in that direction.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any suggestions as far as to what was missing?
I think we could have that offline. I don't think we have to do that
I think that's better offline too. Yeah. All right. Any other comments from the board?
This is Cassidy. I have one more question.
Yes.
Will the scoring by category, that breakout, be made public so that we can see areas where we fell short?
Yes.
We just need to make the request.
Is it already?
And is it a possibility to receive copies of the other RFP that was submitted?
Yes.
Be available.
Thank you.
That's part of the agenda. So we look forward to working with you in the future, and thank you again for applying. We have a motion and a second. Is there any comments from the board, from the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Pardon me,
Yes.
this is Alan. There is a question and a hand raised by an individual named Janet Boren. I don't know if it pertains to this issue, but. Thank
Yeah,
you.
she has item 17B. So, yeah, I'm getting to her next.
Thank you.
There's one other individual in the public, I believe, that
Yes.
This item?
next item.
Next item.
Let's vote on this.
No, we
We're
got
not-
to finish the voting on this
Let's
item.
finish
That's why
this.
we normally don't do this.
Yeah.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I just want to encourage you, if you could reach out to me. I would love to meet you. Yes. You said Buttonwood Lane. Barbara me. Just say hello. All right.
All right. And so from the audience, what, yes,
What item?
what item?
D.
Which one? 17D?
17D.
All right, thank you. Mercedes?
Just 1 second, sorry.
No worries.
This is it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So once again, over the years, the CRA has procured professional services for graphic design through requests for quotes pursuant to the CRA's procurement policy. For our Haunted Pirate Fest and Mermaid Splash event, we did release an RFP in June. And for that, it was for professional consultant services. Sorry, I don't want to read this verbatim.
I could actually help.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I wasn't supposed to present this. My apologies.
Yes, and this, in short, this is really the services for the marking and the graphic design as well as social media for the Pirate Fest event. Similar to the events management, we issued an RFP, same time, same deadline, with different scopes and requirements for the contract. There were 6 respondents. They were listed in the agenda cover. 2-Ton, Della Vella Media, Dowery's Finest Sign and Graphics, LLC, Griffin Web Design, Sack Lunch Marketing, LLC, and Sandor Max. Of the 6, 3 were out of state. As our usual policy, we need to contract with a firm that is licensed to do business in the state of Florida. Of the 6, 3 are local meaning within the county, Palm Beach County. The staff has met and reviewed the proposals based on the published selection criteria, and the 2 top most responsive proposers was Dowery's Finest and Sign and Graphics and Sack Lunch Marketing LLC. Of the 2, Dowery Finest Signs and Graphic was a Boynton vendor or a Boynton business, and they meet those criteria. So staff is recommending approval to award the contract to Dowery's Finest Signs and Graphic. And their cost is a cost not to exceed $20,620 annually for the Pirate Fest. And the hourly cost is not to exceed 85 hours for additional services as needed. If you will see attachment 4 is the draft contractor's agreement. And as stated by Mercedes, time is of the essence. So we would hope that the board also, if the negotiation doesn't go well with Dowery's Finest and Sign, to authorize us to go to the next highest one, which is Sack Lunch. Both of them are capable, but staff is recommending that Dowery's Finest Sign and Graphic be awarded the contract. Ms. Lola Slanta is here for any questions.
Thank you.
Mercedes, who did we use 2 years ago?
We used Dowery's Finest Signs.
Okay. And so I guess my question is what are we going to get new this year?
Well, we're doing social media this year, so it's going to be really, that's a new addition to what our graphic designers been doing.
And can you state your name and address for the record?
Lola Swanson.
You can give your business address.
Okay, 2500 Quantum Lakes Boulevard.
Okay.
Boynton Beach.
Right.
Okay. Motion to approve.
All right. Is there any further discussion from the the board? Is there any other comments or hand raised besides Janet and Jeff? Nope. All right. First state so by saying aye.
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 Oppose? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Chair, just want to ask a very minor question. The business is located in Boynton Beach.
Yes.
Hmm.
Can you help me understand the name?
It's, okay, my husband is a police officer in Delray Beach.
Okay.
So we used to do DFS, like Delray's Finest signs, because
Got
he's
it.
Delray's finest police officer.
Oh, got it.
That was a really
Okay.
long time ago, and we actually always lived in Boynton except for just a few years, so.
Yeah.
But he went to work there, and it was a
Yeah.
play on words, and, you know, that's it. We use DFS now. That's what, we're kind of, we shorten it to DFS, so nobody knows.
With the rebranding, there you go.
The rebranding, exactly. Thanks, guys.
EFS.
You.
Have we taken care of everybody in the
No,
public?
so we got two online. We have Janet Boren next, followed by Jeff Fengler. So Janet Boren has item 17B, 1017 North Federal Highway discussion.
Okay. $17B, correct?
Yeah, right.
Good evening, Board Chair and board members. This item is being brought forward because this property is located on the southwest corner of Federal Highway and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. It is the site, probably better known as the previous site of the Troy's Barbecue, and next to the Enterprise Rent-A-Car location. This is a property that the CRA has been in contact with the owner for many years, and sometimes listed, sometimes not listed with a broker. In this particular case, most recently, the property was listed with a broker. We took advantage of the opportunity to deal with a broker as a representative for the seller, as opposed to just the seller directly, which we had more experience with that in the past. We engaged the broker in discussion, did an appraisal on the piece of property because of its location. And the value of that property as appraised came out to $530,000. We attempted as staff to get closer from the asking price originally, which was $699, down to a more comparable price that was related to the appraisal. However, the seller put in writing, which is another good thing anyway, a response of $685,000. Because the contract was in writing, although the difference was quite substantial, I wanted to bring it to the board out of courtesy to the seller who has signed the document for you. So we're bringing it to you for consideration. However you'd like to proceed is at your discretion.
I mean, for me, with the discussion that we had today earlier on item 17A, I think that is our major property acquisition. And so we should not, unless it's something vitally important, spend money that we may not have for other properties. In addition, this is a very small improvement on a corner lot. The CRA had an opportunity to buy the property across the street for, I think, $140,000 a couple years ago. I don't necessarily know if it's a long-term lease because there is a tenant there, correct?
There is, but on a month-to-month, I believe.
Okay, and so, I don't feel that redeveloping this property into anything else besides what it is really has value. But I'll open it up to the board to make their own comments.
It is, I think, relevant to the discussion that the CRA owns the property now across the street to the north, the previously known Aho property. But did they file an injunction against that? Did it stop?
The conversation was that we were tearing down the building.
That's right, the building
We
is
don't
down.
own the
That's right.
property. And what we've learned in past is that if the city forecloses, there may be an eminent domain action. which the CRA helped buy out regarding
That's right.
properties on the northwest
I'm correct. Thank you.
10th Avenue. So that is from the information that I have.
Chair.
Yes.
My question with the lead that you've taken on this property in terms of saying that with our actions from 17A, you want to make sure we allocate funding towards that, is I think it sends the wrong message that we're willing to spend $3.6 million on a property on the south side of Boynton Beach Boulevard, but yet we're not willing to spend $500,000 on a property on the north side of Boynton Beach Boulevard. And so I'm not trying to imply anything, but I simply want to make sure that we don't give that feeling or that sentiment to the public that we're willing to go above and beyond for 0.41 acres to spend nearly $4 million, but for a property that's half that size for a quarter of the price, we're not willing to do it. So I have to take some offense to that. And I would have to say that I see no issue at all with purchasing this property and potentially continuing to do the work, which is our, duly appointed work as a CRA, which is to continue to remove slum and blight. I would be in favor of this property acquisition.
Okay. Board Member Katz, followed by Vice Chair.
So what is the intended, what is the hypothetical use of this? That's where I'm hung up. Because I'm familiar with the property from Troy's Barbecue's time there. As you noted, there's a rent-a-car property to the immediate south of it. I know it says for land banking purposes, I guess in the backup, but like banking for what? I would rather spend this $500,000 somewhere on MLK relative to Centennial's project or any of the other infill that would be further east of Centennial's. So I would gladly spend $500,000 or $600,000 in this area. I just don't know what could we do with this other than give it to someone to build something industrial like a warehouse or a showroom or
no space.
Yeah, that's my concern is acquiring it for what purpose?
Board Chair and board members, if I can add, at the time of deliberation for CRAB with the recommendation, they originally wanted to hold off on it and not make it as priority, but they reconsidered, and basically what they were looking at is, since in anticipation of the whole property eventually, getting settled, they could see this as a bookend, as an entrance to the corridor and the MLK corridor. Realizing they know that the prioritize of the need of that redevelopment corner is really up to the CRA board, but they felt strong enough to reconsider to make sure that at that entrance that can be reactivated for a use that could be working in concert as a gateway to the corridor or in concert with the whole property should the opportunity avails itself in the future.
So is it given that particular idea, should we not wait until the outcome of that?
That would be they know that it's your prerogative to weigh the priority. For them, they felt that it's necessary, and it's a smaller parcel that somebody would not, it's not as viable, let's say, as let's say at the property, the fish market, where there is a viability in building parking and building a conforming use on there. So they felt that since our position is we try to spur and facilitate redevelopment, we have opportunity across the street with the whole property to bookend the property. That's just what Mrs. Cruz was talking about.
But you're an architect. What could someone build there besides art?
Not a lot, because you will need to park it and you need to landscape it and drain it. So.
And so that was my comment. It wasn't necessarily the district that it was in. It is the size and location in between a railroad track and federal highway. There's very limited amount, and they have an easement behind it that would make it further hard to construct anything new. In fact, when the business tax receipt changed hands, they lost the ability to have an outdoor grill there. And so it is not necessarily my opinion that it's the location that we're not investing in. It is the property, because I don't see redevelopment. And I also know that it's been on the market for quite a while. And I think that the property owner is asking too much, especially, it was 150,000 over appraisal value. And so I think the appraised value is way too high for that property as well. And so those were my opinions, but no, I agree with Board Member Katz that I have no problem spending the money for redevelopment purposes in District 2. I just want to make sure that we add the benefit. For example, AmeriGas was that example where we spent the 700,000 in District 2, and now we have the expanded boat sales. Yes, Board Member, Vice Chair.
I agree with the comments that Board Member Ramos was making. But in addition to this, I've been in Boynton now for some 50 years. And that entrance has always been an eyesore. If you look right across the street from that gray building is one of the ugliest buildings in Boynton Beach. I just hate to drive up and down Federal and get to MLK Boulevard and look west. We are pretty smart folks up here, and I'm sure that we could come up with something. We may not know what it is right now, but owning the land gives us flexibility and options. Maybe it is overpriced. We could make a lower offer, but even a garden would be better than what it is now. And tearing down that building across from that is going to mean an awful lot. But I don't see missing out on this opportunity. I would hate for it to continue to be used the way it's being used now with barbecue wagons and everything else and smoke going all over the place. I just feel that we need to really focus on what can we do. We can come up with something that would. You just left Ocean Avenue and you're driving north on Federal, or you're coming from north and you hit Boynton Beach sign right there before the bridge, and the first thing you see at the U-Haul is this ugly section of the town. If I were coming from someplace else, I could guess the people that would live between those two buildings going west. But we'll say this, that I think we need to acquire it. We need to at least look into it, see what we can get it for, and come up with some kind of idea to make that area look better, because it's awful the way it looks right now. Along with that, across the street is just put a very bad taste in my mouth. That section of our city is being neglected. And as stated earlier, right down just a few blocks, we're willing to spend 3.6 million to beautify that and make it look attractive. So let's come up with something. I don't have the answer right now, but I certainly feel that if not this body, the next body, and we can come up with ideas from the community. Maybe the community can suggest something that we put there. So I'm for it. I just want to get rid of it.
I mean, Tweet, can you tell us what's going on in the other side of MLK and Federal Highway? I mean, because I know that there's economic development grants, there's, the properties that we had on the Northeast. And, the issue isn't spending the money in this area, because I go to Shacks on the Track and, I don't know if that disqualifies me, but I used to walk that quite a bit. And taking away another business is not something I feel is beneficial to the CRA district. In addition, we don't know what's going on. Hopefully the Hope property building gets demolished, but the CRA may have to, spend some more money in that property. And, the fact is that there is nothing we can redevelop this 364 unit African-American owned business into something else. And I feel that we're missing the point of removing slum and blight, because this is a place where people get food in the community. And I don't think that's something that we want to get rid of. I think that's what we want more of. And that's my opinion. And so I'll leave it up to Board Member Pensurga.
I'm torn on this. First of all, I don't think it's ugly. Food's not bad, so. But my first question is actually what our chair has just said. What is, essentially, what's the plan for this business owner? I'm not in a rush to pick them out. So has that been discussed, or do they want to be relocated? I mean, because if board member, hey, if the idea here is that you think it needs to be beautified and torn down and redone, well, somebody still has their business there. So what do we do with the people that are there? Has that been discussed, Mike, or have they indicated anything about their future?
No, board member Pensurga, we haven't engaged the really a discussion with the owner or the business. This was one of the 4 properties that was available at the time that the CRAB board agenda was put together, which was part of the direction of their assignment, was to provide them with 4 pieces of property that they could discuss. Those properties might or might not find favor with the CRA board, but their assignment is just to discuss 4 properties and categorize them. This has been, from my experience of being here, a 15-year discussion. It would be great if something better could go there. I don't think that this would be the first time that this discussion on what would happen after we get it, other than an entrance into MLK. There was at one point a large idea for a greenway on the south side of MLK, because the lots just keep kind of getting narrower and narrower. Again, the fact that the property was for sale and had a brokerage sign was a reason that we reached out. I would not normally have even brought the property to you with that big of a gap, but because of where it's located, I didn't want to not bring it. And the CRAB board had said and reviewed it because it was their assignment. So you won't, it is definitely not something that you'll lose a missed opportunity on. And I imagine it'll be for sale for quite a while if you decide that now is not the best time.
And now Twee said that the CRAB board said something along the lines of it's a gateway to MLK. Did they specify possible uses? It was just, I mean, it is objectively a gateway.
Oh, it is definitely. And you have the MLK project.
Suggest ideas that could be done with it?
No, but they did realize that it needs to be done in conjunction with either the property across the street, which is Ho, or the adjoining property. But they talked about, future. They just felt that if there's an opportunity that avails itself like it is now, that it should be taken.
And you know that the property adjacent to it, or catty corner across the northeast corner, is where the investment of Sam Rogatinsky and Darris, they're getting ready to invest, their funding into a new project there. The Fish Depot site is for sale for about $1 million, and that is something we would certainly want to assist in the redevelopment if we could. I mean, that's your decision, of course, but there's kind of a bubbling of activity on this intersection, which has not been for, again, a long time since I've been here. It's been something that has been discussed and targeted as being an ideal location. It's one of the nodes that was discussed in the downtown master plan at one time in 2009. This intersection and the intersection at Woolbright and Federal and Boynton Beach Boulevard and Federal. Obviously, it's a different type of intersection to develop because it's nothing like Woolbright in the sense of size. But if the MLK corridor were to be redeveloped into some type of enhanced core, you would want to be able to pull in and drive by and think that that was an inviting location. So in the past, discussions have been on this. If you had both sides of the street and you could make it something like you went into the marina. Look at that, the tower feature. I realize you wouldn't put a tower there, but by us taking a grass strip of land and beautifying it into the harbor master or the harbor tower and the significant landscaping, it really kind of began to change that whole area. That was the first project we did in there as a CRA. So I think it is definitely more likely not a new business or a mixed use project or a doctor's office. It's certainly a plaza, some type of placemaking opportunity. Yeah, that's a great way to say it. So again, for this price, it's a very expensive placemaking opportunity. If it was 530 or less, I think it would be I think fighting a little bit harder for it. It is hard at this valuation. I agree completely.
Chair.
There are people online?
Yeah, I just want to say that, I agree that this would be a very expensive placemaking opportunity here. And I'm not saying that we go in at 685, like let's counter, let's kind of push them a little bit, because this is a very small, tiny parcel for us to like really commit this much to it. But I do think that, as mentioned by our executive director, there's a huge opportunity there, and there's an opportunity to embellish the property. And to speak on a point that was mentioned earlier, we're not kicking out a business. They're clearly trying to sell it. Like they wouldn't have it on the market if they didn't want to not
So we
be
have
there any further.
We have the property owner online, so I'll open her mic.
Oh, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you taking this up on the agenda item. I am the broker for the owner. The owner is not available tonight, but she has been wanting to sell this. She has had it leased for many years, as you said, Troy's Barbecue. Then Troy's Barbecue left, then a Caribbean restaurant was there. So it's turned over a few times. So it's been a nice steady income for her. But at this point, she does really want to sell it, and the lease has ended. So who's ever there now is going to be moving out. So they're really, it's a good window of time for the transaction to take place. And she wants to get what she wants to get. So there's not a lot I can do, but there has been an increase in the market, and I've done some market analysis. And there was a recent sale for $750 for a similar property at 724 North Federal, which is not far away. And she just feels like that's what her asking price is. However, if you want to make a counter, she's open to that.
$724 North Federal is a used car lot, with, which is substantially bigger. And how much did that sell for?
That was sold for, it shows in my notes of $750. And it's a 0.32 acre, and hers is 0.2. So I'm not saying, go ahead.
807 square foot building.
A little bit, yeah.
That has an auto repair center and offices versus a 300 square foot kitchen. So
but to your point, it shows what's possible for the property.
No, there's no possibility of that property except art, because of our code, our land development regulations. And so if we spend let's say 400,000, I still think is overvalued. We could only create a liability for the CRA or the city because we cannot put a business there.
I can tell you also, board, that at the 685 that they've countered to you, that puts the square foot value of that land at $74, which is essentially the high level of the land on Ocean or at Federal at the 115. So unfortunately, again, the pricing is basically comparable to Main and Main versus an off street. So it would need to be in the 40s probably or 30s really to feel comfortable. It's a pretty drastic price square footage wise.
And
in comparison,
what's the land use on that? Is it mixed use high? Like
it's commercial.
I mean, I'll stop talking because I know that I'm against it, but I'll let the board if
it has a use code of 2200 restaurant, and it's a C4 zoning general commercial. Again, as you said, it could be something for future development. It's also a good window of time because the lease has expired, and she's more motivated to sell than ever before. And I think that there has been discussions in the past, to dispose of it, but again, totally your call. I'm just here to represent her and just say what her intentions are.
All right, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion and a price if the board wants to make one.
Have we made the offer at appraisal price?
We did, and the counter was 685. The original price was 699, so she came down.
What did you counter?
We offered 530, which is the appraisal, and she countered at 685. Maybe if there's no one leasing or bringing income, motivate her later.
Yes, Board Member Katz.
So again, my recommendation would be to pass on it right now. One, because the price is exorbitantly higher than market or appraised value. Two, the idea of an arch requires ownership of the adjacent property on the other side of the road. And three, if we were going to drop $600,000 or $700,000 on MLK right now, I guarantee you, if we went to a couple of parcels up and down MLK, closer to Centennial, if we said we've got $700,000 to spend, we could get a couple of parcels that would be of value to the MLK development that Centennial is working on. So if we want to spend this money on MLK right now, I have no problem. I just think that there would be better properties to target for an immediate use versus a hypothetical archway that's contingent on a condemned, soon to be foreclosed or demolished lawsuit laden property. It's just, there's a lot of intangibles. And I guess as a final point, I do not suspect there is anyone else looking to spend this much money on this property. So it likely will be available in 6 months to a year if we wanted to circle back to it once we found out about the property across the street and its pending demolition.
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I find it very difficult to argue the point. You're absolutely correct. We have that kind of money to spend. There are a couple of parcels I know of right now on MLK would serve us much better. So I guess my passion for that spot, having to drive that
Has waned. Exhaustion and hunger are setting in. Yes.
it's such a, so I kind of understand the point that's being made here. But I just feel that even if it was a green space, now how did this property come up for sale? And you just decide to sell it?
There's been a forced sign sale on more than 365
put a for sale sign on it?
Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to find it.
Again, it's probably a moot point, but I think, over the years, we've had many discussions with the owners and they have not been fruitful in coming to a meeting of the minds with regard to price. So that's why we've tried, before we even moved into that new building. So it's been years that we've been having an ongoing discussion, and we just can't, no matter what the appraisal is, it's always not enough to be.
Always not enough.
There's always a big gap. But again, it's being brought to you because, things have changed there and there's new development that we're involved in. So I just felt obligated to bring it to you, for your.
To
That's
not
all.
belabor the point,
Yep.
If the owner wants to meet us at a place where it would be more amenable to us and close to the appraisal price, I would be willing to entertain it, but at this point, we can move on.
Thank you. All right. Next, I believe we have Habitat at item 16C. Discussion and consideration of purchase and development agreement between the CRA and Habitat for Humanity of South Palm Beach County, Inc. for the CRA-owned property located at 545 Northwest 11th Avenue.
Motion approved.
Make a motion?
Yep.
Second.
All right. Mr. Fengler, yourself muted.
I should be good to go now.
All right, we can hear you. Is there anything you'd like to say? There's a motion and a second to approve.
No, just we would appreciate it. And we're currently building a house catty corner from that existing vacant lot.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jeff.
All right. Yeah,
That hasn't
Step
happened
on
yet.
mute.
I finally got it to happen.
it's about that time.
As a teacher who's been doing virtual, I have heard many variations of this.
Mayor, do we have an inventory of what items are left?
Oh, yeah, we got lots.
So can we maybe call like an adjournment at 11 and we could pick up the rest of the stuff next, push it to the next meeting agenda? 'Cause
If there's any more kind of like.
I think Brian Smith
Yeah.
from the
The dock master, these are
Yeah.
the leases, could wait till August. The budget, you still have 2 months if you wanted to postpone that to August. And why my staff's looking at me with funny eyes as if I'm missing something. Oh, and Lewis Lehman and Walker's contract, I'm sure that can wait. Oh, excuse me, go ahead, Teresa.
Cottage District 115 Macintosh.
Oh, Macintosh, yes, we should bring that up. I would say that would be an item for this evening because we have to close in 3 weeks if you would purchase it. So that would be item, new business.
It would be old business, item
Old
16G.
business, yes, I'm sorry. I have so many.
The Cottage District Infill Housing Redevelopment Project Update of Discussion and Contract Negotiations with Azura Equities LLC. I did see Mr. Gottsman on the meeting earlier. However, that was a long time ago earlier. And so, Michael, what is there?
Item H, 6F, well, I'm sorry, it was moved to H because of all the other movements, sorry.
Okay.
It would be the old item 16F, discussion and consideration of the purchase of the property located at 115 Northeast 4th Avenue in the Cottage District.
I think that's a good acquisition to complete the Cottage District, isn't it?
Is that the last property?
That is the last property, and we made an offer to her of 275 several months ago, which she rejected, and I was able to renegotiate that back to 275 if we close at the end of this month, which we can do. So you can see from the map, I think it's, yeah, you don't know to say anymore.
All right. Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
G?
And so, G, I don't think they're here. So we'll
We
wait.
just received a response from them on their edits to the purchase and development agreement that we provided to them in May. So we just now got that today. So I haven't even had a chance to look at we'll bring that back to you in August.
Okay, so no rush on that.
Good. Continuing our negotiation of the contract.
All right. So that'll come again.
I
So
would be next. Do we need to talk about?
Yeah, that'd be good. I think, Bonnie, do you want to do the agreements, grant agreements? So that, it depends on you, board. We'll stay, we're here
right.
working. So whatever you want to do.
I'm just asking.
no,
what are they?
I think for everything that we have, so let's go over them. 16A can be put off, 16B can put off, 16G will, 16I can. And then that leaves us to 17, and we have 17E. I believe Brian's still on the call. And are we voting for any sort of changes?
Yes, board, you would be voting to increase the slip rent to, excuse me, let me pull this up. We would be increasing the rent from $19 a linear foot to to 2150. So we would, no, I'm sorry, that's the transient rental,
2350?
2350.
And why so much?
Hey, hang on, I'm so
He had
sorry.
proposed-
50%, 50-cent increase to 1950.
That's, yeah, that
I'm
sounds.
sorry, the reason why is because there's so many numbers. I apologize. And then Commissioner Ramos threw out.
My bad.
I just grabbed
I was
it. I'm
trying to
sorry,
help.
I
I was
just
trying to
repeated
help.
what you said. I didn't even look. We have had, the board decided that they would not do an annual increase or an annual renewal all the time, right? So we decided that whatever rent per linear foot rate that you decided would be a 2-year term period. So we are now at another end of the second year of a 2-year at $19 per linear foot. And based on the other marinas in the area being at an average slip rate of 2350, we felt that a 50-cent increase was still well under the average of other municipal marinas in the area, but did provide the CRA with a little bit of additional income, rather insignificant, but
And
50 cents for the next year.
right. And I think that
Be
makes
$1 over
sense.
2 years.
This is the aspect of inflation, wages are going up, everything's starting to go up. And so we did give them free rent for a while when
Yes.
things weren't going on. So I think the 50-cent raise in linear foot to 1950, I'm okay with that.
And they get the fuel discounts and some, all of our free advertising. The other additional thing we wanted to do was increase the transient vessel dockage from $2 a linear foot.
No.
No, we don't want to do that?
No.
Okay, all right. So I told you to do the item and you told me no.
No.
Stop talking.
Doing it. I'm winging it.
Don't worry.
If we could just run credit reports.
Credit reports.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and the reason being is because we're trying to.
Said yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
No, go ahead, finish.
The reason why we're getting credit reports of the
Of the
permanent or the transient ones?
No, it's just to keep it, we're trying to keep as we go into having buildings that we may be putting tenants in. That is anywhere you go for any type of lease, you have to do credit reports. So we wanted to keep it consistent, including the marina. It doesn't mean that you wouldn't give them space. It means that you could, based on their credit report, you could adjust maybe their deposit. You might not do anything. You just might want to see that they're viable tenants. It's really up to you.
So, I understand that, captains and may live life a little bit freely. So, I agree with you that we need to get the credit scores because that's what we do for everybody. However, we can take into history of how long they've been or the company, how long has they been. I know that for Splashdown Divers, they've done the scuba diving for years now in the city of Boynton Beach. So that's something that we look at, but I agree with you that if we do it for a tenant, we need to do it for all tenants.
And we also do it for our grant recipients as well. So.
So it could just be a standard business practice across the board.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And so can I get a motion
So moved.
to approve staff's changes to the 2021-2023 Boynton Harbor Marina Dock
Second.
Lease Agreement and fees? Okay. Thank you, Brian, for waiting. Is there anything you'd like to say?
My only other question, I'm sorry, is that credit report, there's a fee charged. We can waive that for the tenants and just run our report. Or you can charge the tenant, it's $100.
Is it per credit report?
It's per credit report. It's up to
And we have to do that each time or for when they renew?
you. So that would be good every 2 years until it renews. They have 2-year leases.
Can we put it for any new tenants?
Yeah, does it have to be every 2 years?
So
No, it could just be for every new
tenant.
we
Yeah.
request a credit report so that the current tenants are grandfathered in.
Yes.
So
Only
to
for new
speak.
tenants. And the fees can be passed on to them.
Okay,
And
perfect.
so that new tenants
clear.
have to pay for
Mhm.
the credit report.
Thank you. Did it.
Okay. So a motion to amend of what we just said of accepting the Boynton Harbor Marina doctor's lease agreement and fees with new tenants paying for the credit report. May I have, can I get another motion?
So moved as amended.
Thank you. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Okay. So I just, yep. Tara?
If you would like, you can table the remaining items, which by my count, I don't actually know what the renumbered is.
Looks like 2.
No, we got 16A, 16B,
Oh, yeah.
16I.
Say motion all, whatever.
I would say motion to table items 16A, B, and I, as I believe those are the only remaining items.
Okay, is everybody, what about G? We didn't do
Bonnie
G.
nodded at me, so
G is we're not tabling it because we're going to have another discussion anyway.
yeah, you got an update. It was just brief.
Okay, so it's A, B, and I. That's what we're tabling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, motion to table items A, B, 16A, B, and I.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Alan, would you please provide us with the closing?
Yes, thank you, Board Chair Grant. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the CRA's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the CRA's website at www.boyntonbeachcra.com. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Board Chair Stephen Grant, all of our board members, the CRA Director, and CRA staff, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. Be safe and have a great remainder of your evening.
All right.
Give Mildred also for being a very good audience member.